Good morning, everyone. We have a quite tight program today, so we should start. I know coffee is important in the morning, but could I ask everyone to find their seat? So I see someone in the back still talking. Please find your seat. We will have some breaks, so you will have possibility to talk more. A warm welcome to everyone. I'm Gunnar Martin Ekelöver-Slydal, Deputy Secretary General of the Norwegian Helsinki Committee. Opening the second day of the 2025 Politkovskaya Forum is a great honor. And we cooperate with two unique institutions to arrange this year's forum. The University of Tromsø, the Arctic University of Norway. I saw you, you are here. And also the news outlet, the Barents Observer. I thank you for your excellent cooperation. The context of today's seminar is Russia's ongoing war of aggression against Ukraine, which is also taking the form of a hybrid and information war against Europe and Norway. I think it's essential to see this broader picture, how Russia's war to extend its territory and influence in Europe is fought in different ways and different theaters. The war is, of course, taking place on Ukrainian territory with enormous suffering and casualties. International criminal law publisher just published a paper I wrote on the brutality of Russia's leadership's war, starting with the Afghan war of the former Soviet Union, and showing that they used the same methods as in Afghanistan in their Chechen wars, and they were replicated in Georgia in 2008, Ukraine from 2014, and even in Syria from 2015. It seems that the primary victims of those wars were the civilian population. Indiscriminate and even deliberate attacks on civilian objects, as well as widespread torture, enforced disappearances, and sexual violence were seen in these conflicts. The Russian leadership never employed methods that could attract support from the civilian population. Instead, they induced suffering, fear, and terrorized people with a view to getting them to surrender and submit. Hybrid operations seem to have similar aims, to instill fear and a high cost for opposing the Kremlin's aims. Drones over Poland and several other countries, fighter jets traversing Estonian airspace, telecom cables damaged beneath the Baltic Sea, airports paralyzed by cyber attacks or drones, mysterious explosions and assassinations, bot swarms pumping out propaganda to disrupt elections. The list could be made longer. And in combination, Russia's hybrid operations create something new and dangerous. It's not war, as German Chancellor Friedrich Merz said, but we are no longer at peace either. What is Putin's aims? My view is that he wants to break Western unity, in particular the unity between Europe and the US. He aims to make Europeans stop each other and question America's commitment to the NATO. And with some Trump remarks, there is a concern. Putin's summer offensive, and that's the second point, in Ukraine failed. So now he wants to raise the cost to European countries that support Ukraine. I think we can see that the countries that provide the most support to Ukraine seem to be hardest hit by the hybrid operations, but we will hear more about that. Thirdly, and very importantly, there is also a deeper explanation for the operations. Putin hates liberal democracies. which outperform his corrupt authoritarian governance system economically, technologically, and otherwise. Today, we are very fortunate to have some of the best experts to explain Russia's hybrid operation at this seminar, both in Ukraine and Norway and in a broader European context. We will first hear Stanislav Aseyev in conversation with NHC's Ukraine expert, Arve Hansen. Stanislav is a Ukrainian journalist, writer, activist, and former prisoner in Russian-controlled Donetsk. We will then learn more about Russian influence operations from Eskil Grendal Sivertsen, a special advisor on cyber, social propaganda, and influence at the Norwegian Defense Research Establishment. And then we will have a coffee break. After the break, we will hear Maria Borsunova, a Russian journalist who has specialized in Russian authorities' countermeasures against protest movements and Russian propaganda. Then we turn our attention to Russian operations in Norway. We will have Bjørn Johan Berger, an independent consultant. He will detail how Russian disinformation is at play in Norway. And we will hear Thomas Nilsen, the editor of Barents Observer, discuss Russian influence operations in Norway's northern regions, where we have a 200-kilometer border with Russia. Before lunch break, Professor Kari Aga Myklebust at the University of Tromsø will converse with Maria, Eskil, Bjørn, and Thomas about Russian influence operations and how we can respond. After lunch, we will explore how to work against Russian disinformation and fake narratives. So Lene Wetterland, head of NSC's Documentation and Accountability Hub, will outline how investigative journalism, which we discussed a lot yesterday, can contribute to justice in Chechnya and Ukraine. And she will then have a conversation with Gayan Nordsanyan, a researcher at Tromsø University, and me about the documentation of war crimes and the role of the Special Tribunal for Russia's crime of aggression against Ukraine, which the Council of Europe is about to set up. So we have a lot to look forward to, and we will start right away with Stanislav and Arve. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Gunnar. And the topic for yesterday's part of this forum was, of course, the journalism in times of war. And today it's hybrid warfare. And I could think of no better person to have that transition and talk about that transition between those two topics than Stanislav Aseyev. As Gunnar mentioned, he has been imprisoned, but he also has a lot of experience from Russian warfare from different angles. In 2014, when Russia, with hybrid means and then direct military, with a military invasion of the Donbas region, Stanislav decided to stay in Donetsk and to write under a pseudonym, Vasim, about what was going on in the region. He continued writing until 2017, when he was abducted and imprisoned, and he sat 2.5 years in an FSB-run torture camp. When he was released in 2019, after that, he wrote this book. It's brilliantly written, The Torture Camp on Paradise Street, where he's writing about this system and how it is to be inside this horrible torture camp, and a little bit about life afterwards. Not only that, Stanislav has also been in fighting for Ukraine in the Ukraine Armed Forces, and he is the founder of the Justice Initiative Fund. So, thank you very much for joining us and for taking the time to talk about this about hybrid warfare in Ukraine and elsewhere. I just want to mention that we have Irina Sabo with us from the Wergeland Center. She will help us with translation. Thank you. So my first question to you, Stanislav, and sorry for the long introduction. How have you been after, probably several of us have read the book, and we're wondering how has life been for you after you wrote the book, and could you tell us a bit about, it's been 5 years, 6 years?
Yeah. Hello everyone, I will speak in Ukrainian if you don't mind, because my English is not good. So, насправді пройшло вже 5 років після мого звільнення, і в психологічному сенсі я досі знаходжусь в стадії реабілітації. Після звільнення буквально перші 2 роки було дуже складно, тому що я мав постійно, я мав дуже плотний, щільний графік і щільну громадську діяльність. Одразу після звільнення це насправді психологічно дуже важко.
And during the first 2 years after I've been released, I had really tight schedule and was very active publicly, and it, of course, it's a high toll psychologically.
І проблема була в тому, що та діяльність, якою я займався, я сприймав її як особисту. І це продовжувало травму, яка у мене була, і знадобилось багато часу, щоб зробити цю діяльність більш професійною і все-таки роботою, а не психологічною травмою.
And the problem was that my public activity was very personal to me at first, and it of course just deepened the trauma. But it took me a lot of time to turn my public activity into professional work and to make it a job.
But you've also Could you tell us a little bit about one of the main characters in this book is of course Palic, the main torturer of this camp. Could you tell us a little bit about him and his faith?
Можливо, це дивно прозвучить від мене, але ми говоримо в даному випадку про у багато чому унікальну людину.
Maybe it could sound a bit weird, but we're talking about a very unique person.
Палич – це головний кат ізоляції, головний воєнний злочинець, який катував людей цілодобово з 2014 по 2018 рік.
Palic was a brutal butcher, a war criminal who have tortured people during 2014 and 2018.
Його історія унікальна тим, що він опинився в ізоляції в якійсь мірі як в'язень сам. Тому що цю роботу, в лапках роботу, йому запропонували після того, як він вбив людину, і йому сказали, що у тебе вибір або сісти, або, власне, працювати на нас і робити те, що він робив.
His story is unique as he actually he ended up in isolation at first as a prisoner himself. He killed a man, and he was told that he either will go to prison as a prisoner, or he will take up this job.
Психологічно він патологічний садист та психопат, який не мав ніякої емпатії до жертв, що є важливою рисою на цій діяльності, інакше б він просто зійшов з розуму від того, що робив людям.
Psychologically, he is a pure sadist and a psychopath, and he possesses no empathy to the people he tortured. Otherwise, he would go really crazy if he have experienced such torture, doing such a torture.
Він всі ці роки катував людей електричним струмом, гвалтував як жінок, так і чоловіків, примушував до важкої фізичної праці, ну і, власне, звісно, що займався приниженням людської гідності в цілому.
During all these years, he tortured people with electric currents. He raped both women and men. He made other people do hard work, and he humiliated people by all possible means.
Оскільки він отримував накази від Федеральної служби безпеки Російської Федерації і дуже багато про них знав, то зрештою його кинули до підвалу свої ж вчорашні підлегли за наказом ФСБ.
Whereas he was committing these crimes upon the orders from the FSB, he knew a lot about them, and he was then, after a while, he was imprisoned himself in isolation.
І унікальність його історії ще полягає в тому, що йому вдалося втекти з Донецька до Росії спочатку, а потім до України. Він просто запропонував всю інформацію, якою володів Службі безпеки України, і протягом фактично 2 років вільно, інкогніто, звісно, мешкав в центрі Києва.
The unique story about him is also that he managed to escape Donetsk, first to Russia, then to Ukraine, and because he offered to disclose information he possessed to the Ukrainian service, security service, and he managed to live a peaceful life for 2 years in Kyiv.
В 21-му році я про це дізнався і звернувся до свого друга Христа Грозєва з Білінгкет, щоб він допоміг розкрутити цю ситуацію. Зрештою, ми знайшли його в Києві і змусили наші спецслужби, які мали з ним неофіційну угоду, таки його заарештувати. І зараз він відбуває 15-річний термін покарання.
And in 2021, I got this information, and I contacted Hristo Grozdev from Bellingcat, and asked him for help. And we managed to make the Ukrainian security service arrest him, despite the agreement that they made with him. And he was arrested, and now he is in prison and serving his time for his 15 years imprisonment.
And what did that sentencing mean to you?
Перш за все, це для мене означає те, що речі, які здаються абсолютно нереальними, можливі.
First of all, to me, it means that things that seem unreal, they can happen.
Бо я не міг собі навіть уявити, знаходячись в окупованому Донецьку в ізоляції, що ця людина колись взагалі, навіть в теорії, зможе постати перед українським судом не заочно, а фізично.
Because I have never thought that dreamt that while I was kept in captivity in isolation torture camp in Donetsk, occupied Donetsk, I wouldn't even imagine that he could be arrested and he could face a trial in Ukraine.
І для мене це пряма відповідь про те, чим є справедливість. От Палич, його кейс, його засудження – це, власне, і є відповідь на це питання.
To me, it is a very clear answer to the question of what justice is, that Palic could be imprisoned and could be tried.
So, since you were in Donetsk a few years, freely or relatively freely writing about under a pseudonym about the situation in Donetsk, and then seeing this torture camp from the inside. And the topic for today is, of course, hybrid warfare. What role does torture camps such as Izolatia, the name of the camp, what role does that have in Russia's hybrid warfare or direct warfare against occupied territories, in controlling the residents?
По-перше, маю сказати, що Російська Федерація ні тоді, ні на теперішній час не визнає існування ізоляції.
First of all, let me say that the Russian Federation doesn't really admit to existence of isolation torture camp.
По-друге, інформаційна реальність на окупованій території влаштована таким чином, що більшість людей навіть зараз не знає про існування ізоляції. Там, на тій території, я маю на увазі.
And the second is that the information blockade, information reality in occupied Ukraine is that many of the people who live there, who are still there, don't really even imagine that such a place exists.
Коли через 2 роки свого ув'язнення я нарешті опинився у звичайній тюрмі в центрі Донецька і говорив з офіцером цієї пенітенціарної служби, він запитав мене, що з точки зору дати мого арешту пройшло 2 роки, де я був весь цей час, бо мене щойно привезли до тюрми.
When I've been brought to regular prison after 2 years of imprisonment in isolation torture camp, a servant at this prison asked me where I have been because he, judging from the date of my captivity or imprisonment to them, I must have spent 2 years in some prison, but he couldn't find me in the system.
Я відповів, що я був в ізоляції, і йому це нічого не сказало. Він не знав, де вона знаходиться, хоча від тюрми Донецької до ізоляції трохи більше 2 кілометрів.
And I replied that I had been in the isolation torture camp, and they didn't say anything to him, even though this prison was situated just 2 kilometers away from isolation torture camp.
Але ізоляція – це є модель сучасної Росії і репресії, які відбуваються як на окупованих територіях, так і в самій Росії, насправді.
But isolation is just a model, I think, is a model of modern Russian Federation, or modern Russia, because such a torture is going on, such torture being committed in all the prisons in Russian Federation.
Хоча, звичайно, треба розуміти, що катування електричним струмом, які, перш за все, застосовуються в ізоляції, вони більше властиві не офіційній пенітенціарній системі, а російським спецслужбам. Це система ФСБ та місцевого МГБ, Міністерства госбезопасності на окупованих територіях.
But I have to admit that torture with electric current is not something that is common for the regular Russian petitionary system. It is more common or used in the Russian secret service detention centers.
Could you tell us a little bit more about the Donbas region? Because here in Norway and I guess in the West, there are many stereotypes about that region, talking about this being a predominantly Russian-speaking region, pro-Russian. Very often it's presented as this anti-Ukrainian. And also, is there a difference between the Lugansk region and the Donetsk regions, which together form the Donbas?
Те, що ти перерахував, багато в чому справедливо і не є стереотипом. Я маю на увазі російськомовність регіону, радянську певну ментальність, російську культуру. На всьому цьому зростав і я сам.
What you just listed is quite fair to some extent. It's not just a stereotype. There are many people who speak Russian. They've been raised in Soviet mentality and Russian culture. And this is also how I grew up.
Але є важливі але. Наприклад, якщо ми кажемо про російську мову, то це здебільшого стосується великих, взагалі, міст Донбасу, тоді як сільська місцевість переважно україномовна. Можливо, як не дивно.
But there are many buts. First of all, when you speak about Russian language, it's the situation of larger cities, while the rural areas are Ukrainian speaking.
Я завжди наводжу такий приклад, що якщо ми говоримо про Донецьк довоєнний, наприклад, 2012 року, то це, в принципі, це європейське місто. Але чим далі від Донецька наступні міста, тим далі ви занурюєтесь у Радянський Союз 80-ті, 70-ті і 60-ті роки, де час просто застигає.
When I used to give those examples that the pre-war Donetsk of 2012, for example, was a very European city, a normal European city. But the further you went, the more Soviet it grew, and it first you could recognize the Soviet Union of the 80s and 70s and 60s as if the reality just froze.
Щодо різниці між Луганським та Донецьким регіоном, я б не сказав, що у місцевих є якась ментальна різниця, але є дуже велика різниця в політичних елітах. Тому що в Луганському регіоні це були вихідці з партійної радянської номенклатури, а в Донецьку це кримінал.
When you speak about the difference between Lugansk and Donetsk, there is no big difference in mentality of the people, but there is much more difference between the political elites. In Lugansk, it's more about party, like former communist party people, while in Donetsk, they are just criminals.
І, до речі, це повертає нас до питання ізоляції, тому що ізоляція була і є, ну, принаймні була, зараз я не можу стверджувати, інкубатором найбільш резонансних кримінальних справ на ці дві так звані республіки, Донецьк і Луганськ. Там тримали людей і вищий командний склад цих військ, і в тому числі політичний сегмент.
And as we talk about isolation torture camp, it is an incubator of the largest and more large scale crimes that happen in those areas. Those people, there were many people who were kept there who were part of the criminal and the political elites.
І в 18-му році в моїй камері в ізоляції склалася абсолютно унікальна ситуація. Там були 3 людини, які представляли певною мірою уламки от того періоду правління Януковича вже у 2018 році.
And when I spent my time in captivity in isolation in 2018, I been kept in my cell together with 3 more people who were actually who used to be part of the Yanukovych ruling party and were kind of it was like a symbolic and it symbolically it showed how the Yanukovych rule disappeared.
Одним з цих людей був дуже близький друг Ріната Ахметова і, відповідно, людей, які колись були політичною елітою регіону, партії регіонів, власне, політичної партії.
One of these people used to be a friend of Akhmetov, Rinat Akhmetov, who was one of the, and he was part of the political elite of Donetsk of those times.
Друга людина – це професійний кримінальник з 20-річним терміном відсидки ще до ізоляції, який колись пограбував касу партії регіонів в Донецьку і отримав за це 11 років одразу.
The second person was a professional criminal. He spent life in prison and he was sentenced to 11 years because he stole the money of the Party of Regions.
А третя людина – це був колишній полковник СБУ, який свого часу ще от в цей період, десь 10-13 роки, займався в тому числі цією справою, бо її спустили з самого верху, щоб одразу знайти тих, хто взяв досить великі гроші.
And the third person was a former Ukrainian security service officer who in 2010-2013 approximately he was investigating this case of the theft of the stolen party region money.
І це, власне, відповідь на те, чим був регіон. Це була суміш криміналу, політики та, ну, і, власне, політичних якихось еліт, в тому числі спецслужб, які обслуговували інтереси політиків.
And this is the answer to what this region used to be. It's a mixture of symbiosis of political circles, of criminals, and security service.
I would like to return briefly back to 2014 and your decision to stay in Donetsk and write about what was going on. And why did you do that? And more at a high level, what is the role of journalism in war?
В 2014 році рішення залишитись там було виключно сімейним, тому що я був єдиним чоловіком в сім'ї, і треба було допомагати в цей непростий час мамі і двом стареньким бабусям. Я просто не міг їх покинути на тій території, а бабусі не могли виїхати через свій вік.
In 2014, my decision to stay in Donetsk was purely for family reasons. I was the only man in the family, and I had to stay with my mother and two grandmothers and help her to take care about them. And they couldn't leave because of age.
В 2015 році я дійсно почав дописувати до різних видань, в тому числі до Радіо Свобода. Ну і відповіддю на це питання, мабуть, буде те, що в місцевих спецслужбах є окремий відділ, який займається розшуком в соціальних мережах і взагалі на окупованій території проукраїнськи налаштованих людей, які дописують якусь інформацію, чи то професійно, чи то ні, по відношенню до того, що відбувається. Тому для них дуже важливо, перш за все, знищити будь-яку альтернативну точку зору на тій території.
And after that, approximately in 2015, I started to write to different news outlets and newspapers, including Radio Liberty. I have to say that, and you probably know that there is a special division in Russian security service dealing with search for people in social media and other networks, people who are pro-Ukrainian. Those who post any pro-Ukrainian information can be either professional or just personal, and they are trying to destroy or any alternative opinion.
I have one final question before we move on. Now there's a lot of talk about possible peace negotiation, and one of the proposed solutions to this war is to freeze the conflict line where they are. What will the consequences for the people still living in the temporary occupied territories be?
Це катастрофа для них, тому що, як я вже сказав, на тій території панує терор. І якщо її не звільняти чи то політичним, чи то військовим шляхом, це означає, що ті, принаймні терміни, які отримали люди, а вони починаються за політичними статтями від 12 років, вони будуть реальністю. Тобто їх вже не звільнять, і їм доведеться сидіти стільки, скільки це рішення про замороження буде існувати.
It would be a catastrophe for those people. And I repeat that there is a territory of terror there. And if we do not liberate or try to liberate this territory, the area, the people who are sitting in detention centers there will actually serve all these long years where they were sentenced to, up to 12 or more, and these longer terms will become reality.
Власне, я отримав за тим законодавством на окупованій території 2 терміни по 15 років кожен. І сьогодні я тут перед вами тільки завдяки тому, що ця ситуація розвивалась, вона не була заморожена, і в якійсь мірі в ті часи політично вона рухалась. А інакше людям доведеться просто відсіджувати те, що їм дали.
Take me as an example. I've been sentenced to 2 terms, 15 years each. And because my situation wasn't frozen, it was evolving, developing somehow, I'm here. Otherwise, I would have a different destiny. And people who are now sentenced in Donetsk, if the situation is frozen, they would have to serve until the end of their so-called sentences.
Unfortunately, we are out of time. I have a lot of more questions, and I'm sure there are questions in the audience as well. I'm sure that Stanislav would be open for a couple of questions in the break, but we have to move on. So thank you very much, Stanislav, for being here today with us. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Eskil Sivertsen. I'm here to talk about Russian influence operations from our perspective at the Norwegian Research Defense Establishment, where we see this as one of the tools of what we call hybrid threats that Russia is frequently using to a large in a large scale. I wanted to start with something else though, because the killing of Anna Politkovskaya made quite a big impression on me. And around this time, in 2006, I was out walking my dog, and I took this picture across the street from the Russian embassy. And I just wanted to open with that, and I found it again, and I just wanted to share it for no other reason than to remember this great journalist and inspiring human. But to go into the subject, Russian influence operations it's nothing new. From our perspective, it's about trying to influence politics and societies all across the world in a direction that is of interest to Russia. This is not a new thing. The Soviet Union's been doing this for a long time. We have this is a case from 1983. Maybe some people remember when the KGB at the time established a newspaper in India called The Patriot, and planted in '83. They planted the story of how the HIV virus was developed by Americans in biolabs targeting black people and homosexuals. So it's nothing new. They've been doing this for a long time. We can track it in Soviet doctrine back to the 1920s. But what is new, of course, is social media and the internet, which is a game changer in that respect. Just to give you, I'll dive into a few examples and specific cases as much as I have time for it, but I want to start with the big picture. What we see now is, based on a report that we published in February, we battle sort of the combat of narratives in the information environment is becoming increasingly complex. We see a lot more activity from the usual suspect, Russia, China, Iran, and also various other groups. There's a lot of different actors doing this. From my perspective, I deal mostly with Russia, so I'll talk about Russia today also, obviously. We see what they're doing. It's quite clear from our perspective what Russia is trying to do. They're trying to undermine support to Ukraine, and they're trying to fuel conflict and degrade trust in Western countries and between Western countries. It's strategic in the sense that it's very clear which direction they're heading, what effects they're trying to achieve, but it's also very opportunistic, and you know this, that every time we see something, some kind of event that is exploitable, Russia will do that. Remember last year, for example, in Southport in the UK, we had this stabbing of children. There was a rumor spread online that was done by a 17-year-old Muslim boy. That was incorrect. But at that point, that's a typical example where we saw bot networks, fake accounts attached to the Russian ecosystem for propaganda. They were targeting France, speaking in French, and then Southport happened, and they switched their language to English, and they targeted the UK population, trying to get the sort of extreme right to go out to protest and to create havoc and create fear among the British population. And this whole thing spread across the UK. And that's a typical example that we see Russia exploiting real events. Also, it's big business. We shouldn't only talk about Russia when we talk about malign influence operations in the digital space. We have a lot of now commercial actors, influencers, clickbait networks, rage bait networks, who are creating a lot of the same stories and just spreading lies just for profit. And a lot of times we see commercial networks and influencers amplify Russian narratives, not because there's a link between them, but because the narratives are well suited for their purpose, to create engagement and make people angry and click and follow the different influencers. The European External Action Service, they did a survey or a mapping last year. It was the 2024 was a big election year, and they found that over 90 countries were targeted, elections were targeted by Russia, China, or Iran, most of them from Russia, and it's a growing problem. And all the reports coming out like last 2 years are basically saying the same. I wanted to dwell for a minute on the ecosystem. We're well beyond, remember the 2016 elections in the US with the Internet Research Agency and the bot farms. We are way past, the sort of troll factories, students sitting and producing, different content on Instagram. It's become a very global ecosystem with many different categories, and a lot of it is out in the open, and a lot of it is under sort of the water, the surface. This is supposed to be an iceberg. It's a model from the EES report. It's nothing new, but I think it's a good way of showing the different categories. So at the top, this is for both, the model is for both Russia and China, but I'll just address Russia. So at the top, you have official state channels. Russian authorities, the embassy in Oslo, official channels. Of course, they're active in the information space, sharing their narratives and trying to use that for strategic purposes, a lot of times flat out lying or misrepresenting facts. Then you have state-controlled media outlets, which are, they get their instructions from the Kremlin on what to write about, what to cover, which narratives to amplify, and what not to talk about at all. So these are, from our perspective, they're not media, they're propaganda channels. It doesn't mean that everything on RT is propaganda. Of course, it's a mix to make it more credible. And then you have where it's getting exciting is under the water surface. State-linked channels is the name used here. That's what we call proxy sites, which is thousands of seemingly legitimate, trustworthy, independent news outlets, think tanks, cultural institutions, where the link in many, many different languages all over the world, where the link to Russia is hidden. So they seem legitimate. And then at the bottom, you have all these blue boxes. I don't have time to go through them all, but here you'll typically find a lot of different networks like the Doppelganger campaign, cloning, established, trustworthy, actual news sites, and different lines of operations. I'll cover one of them shortly. And then, of course, you have bot networks, which is nothing new at all, but with AI, we see this becoming much more complex and huge growth in fake accounts, in their hundreds and thousands and sometimes tens of thousands, serving basically one purpose: to manipulate the algorithms on algorithmic social media platforms. So you can make a case or story grow and get a lot more attention that it deserves. And you can sort of direct people's attention in that way. And this works not as a top-down sort of a system, but more like an ecosystem. Some are more tightly knit together than others, but typically a lot of the stories that we've seen over the last 3 years will typically come out on Telegram first. Telegram has become like a hub for Russian propaganda. Not always, but a lot of times. And it will get picked up somewhere in this ecosystem by proxy channels or state-controlled outlets or social media accounts. And then it becomes a story, and they refer to each other, and they create stories building on each other, and then you amplify the stories on social media, and then you get a comment from the Russian authorities, and then you have, and you achieve at least two effects. One is that you can get a story that was tiny or non-existent to become very big, and you obfuscate the origins of the story. It's no longer clear how this started. And of course, we can't separate between the digital and the physical world. Russia is very active in exploiting and also creating opportunities in the physical, real world to exploit them on online platforms and social media. Many ways of doing this: false flag operations, protests, for example. This is one example that I assisted NRK with a few years back, where you have a group of Russians bringing posters saying NATO stop bombing Donetsk and things like that, and they will seek out protests for anything. In France, it was protests against the retirement reform. Had nothing to do with anything, but they will stand up by the demonstration, the protest, and take these pictures and spread these stories online that today 500,000 people demonstrated and protested in Paris over NATO's bombing of Eastern Ukraine, for example. And then it didn't take long after President Macron said that he wouldn't rule out sending French troops to Ukraine before we saw 5 or 6 coffins draped in the French flag placed outside of by the Eiffel Tower, according to French police, Russian intelligence behind this. And there are many, many similar examples. We also see an increase in paid influencers, which is, I think, tricky because it's very difficult to detect, because how do you do that without police investigation? The US authorities released this information last year, where a branch of RT financed $10 million to an influencer agency in Tennessee. Through a cover story and shell companies, so it was not clear that it was Russia that was behind it. But the 10 million went to pay 3 of the most influential right-wing influencers in the US to produce content on behalf of the Kremlin without them knowing who the actual client was, so to speak. And of course, Romania is a big wake-up, was a big wake-up call for us all, I think. 25,000 fake accounts on TikTok. And paid influencers and a lot of other activities, cyber attacks. And then now, of course, we have the elections in Moldova and Georgia. There's a lot of things going on, and not only in Eastern Europe, but also in Western Europe. And of course, creativity is the limit here. We also see many examples of how Russian actors infiltrate gaming platforms to reach the kids, to have them play scenarios, for example, where you can be a Russian hero soldier shooting at Ukrainian Nazis and things like that. And of course, nothing new for this group of people, but rewriting history using memory politics as a way of telling different stories that are skewed, also a very big part of Russian propaganda. So then I wanted to show you a few examples of how sometimes we can track. One of the most difficult things we do as researchers is to prove an effect. We can map things that Russia is doing, activities. We can assume what their intent is. We can see how much reach it has, how many people have viewed this, but it's very difficult to measure effect because an effect can be caused by so many other different things. Sometimes we can track instances in a short time window where the Russian actors that we know and that we track could be one of the 3,000 proxy sources that we have in our data set. They will put something online and then we can track it through the information environment, and then it pops up somewhere where it obviously has an effect. This is one such example. Do you remember last year, Tucker Carlson went to Moscow to interview Vladimir Putin, and then this video was released online. It's by a group called, by Microsoft, Storm 1516, which is one of many and one of the most active Russian disinformation and influence groups. And this is a typical MO for them. They will typically create videos of people having an interesting, crazy story to tell, or being a witness and telling something that is very sort of eye-opening. And then they published this video of our friend Vasiliev, who says that he was tried to be Ukrainian. The story here is the Ukrainian intelligence tried to recruit Vasiliev to go to Moscow and kill Tucker Carlson in Moscow. Everything is bullshit, of course. This is just an actor or the brother who's the guy who's filming. We don't know.
Планировалось применить взрывное устройство.
Мы сообщили.
Сейчас вы знаете, кто был целью?
Да, американский журналист Такер Карлсон.
So, and what typically happens then is that the story will get published first on Russian, on a lot of times on Telegram, with sort of supporting evidence to make the story more credible. This is a picture of the bomb he was going to use. There's a picture of Tucker Carlson at the airport, to create sort of an impression, a feeling that this could be correct. And then it's typically translated into English, and then it reaches an international audience. And this used to take a bit of time. Now it's automated a lot of times with AI, so that it happens in a few seconds. And then it's being pushed out in the Russian ecosystem. It pops up on all these different proxy sites and Russian state-controlled channels. It goes viral on social media, being amplified by these bot networks, so we get a lot of spread. And then it doesn't take long before it pops up at the Benny show. And Benny Johnson is one of these 3 American influencers that I just mentioned. And he comes across this story, and let's see what Benny has to say about this.
So yeah, I'm going to say there's a motive, at the very least, for Ukraine to wish to assassinate Tucker Carlson. We'll see if there is any further information that comes out on this, but this is properly terrifying. I mean, the photos and all. Remarkable. Is the money that went to pay for this plot actual American tax dollars? Did the American government effectively fund the potential assassination of an American citizen and journalist? Ooh. Oh, man.
So we may not be too impressed with Benny's ability to critical thinking. But again, that's not Benny's thing, is it? Benny's an influencer. I think his main objective is to get more people to follow his channel and become a popular guy in this sphere. And of course, now the link to Russia is broken. This is a typical example of disinformation where it's not, it's speculation. It's not, I'm not saying it's a fact, but could it be true? Isn't it obvious or isn't it suspicious? These are typical techniques. And now, of course, this reaches a huge US audience and then also an international audience with no link to Russia. Another example of the same thing, the same group, the story here was that Zelensky and his ministers have spent Western money that we have donated to Ukraine to defend themselves against Russia. They have spent it on luxury yachts. This is one of hundreds or thousands of fake stories connected to the corruption narrative in Ukraine. So, and there is corruption in Ukraine. So it's not completely taken out of thin air, but it's not true. And the same thing happens. It was published online with supporting evidence of the contract, an interview with the guy who sold them, sold these yachts, pictures of the yachts and so forth, translated and spread, and then it pops up here.
You have people in this town saying we need to cut Social Security. There are people who would cut Social Security, throw our grandparents into poverty. Why? So that one of Zelensky's ministers can buy a bigger yacht? Kiss my ass, Steve. It's not happening.
Now, does J.D. Vance believe this is true or does he not? I mean, only J.D. Vance knows this. But what we see very clearly from research is that in societies where affective polarization is high and trust is very low, information is not so much about truth anymore. It's a weapon that you can use to hammer through your point, to whack your enemy in the head, and the relationship to truth is weakened. And I think that's a bigger question that we can perhaps cover afterwards. Truth is very complex, and I don't like the term disinformation for many reasons. I would like to make a point about, I think a lot of times when we talk about influence operations, we tend to think about disinformation, fake news, and that the risk is that we might believe the lies. That is only a part of the picture. And the answer to this is a lot of times, it's fact-checking and it's, being critical of the sources and so forth, and that's well and good, but it doesn't cover the manipulation techniques used by Russia, and it doesn't really address the human weaknesses that are exploited by Russia. When we are not computers, we are emotional beings, and the way we process and information, the way we develop our belief systems and what we believe is true is colored by a lot of different things other than an objective search for a truth. Cognitive biases are shortcuts, or heuristics are shortcuts that our brain will take when we're, that is a very good skill to have. We are able to take in a lot of information and make a decision quickly without spending a lot of cognitive resources or time. And that can save our lives sometimes. It's a very good skill to have. But that is what Kahneman calls system one thinking. When we do that, we're not thinking objectively. We are based our thinking on intuition, based on previous experience, fear, a lot of different things that are going on there subconsciously. Russia exploits this by many techniques. I'm just going to mention three here. One is the repetition bias. If you've heard something before, it's repeated again and again and again, it will intuitively feel more true to people after a while. And this is a subconscious process. Zelensky has a cocaine problem is one of many stories that has been repeated many times by Russian actors over a long period of time, and it pops up. Remember before the summer, this the train with Macron, the tissue that was a bag of cocaine. It's part of a much bigger narrative that's been going on for a while. So of course, then you can do this in many different ways. You can Photoshop a pile of cocaine on his desk. And you can, when Zelensky was speaking for the British Parliament, he had a cold. And of course, it's very tempting to make the video. Zelensky smashes the world record of how many times one can sniff in a press conference.
Single largest donor of military equipment to Ukraine, and we said that we would match or exceed that amount, almost 2.5 conversations, which is why we've provided it on, but also those long range.
Not bring to anything good.
And of course, it may not be enough to convince you that it's true, maybe at some point, but at least maybe it's enough to make you doubt. If you've seen this hundreds of times, it's enough to make you, I don't know. And a lot of times, I think this is a key takeaway to understand Russian propaganda. It's not necessarily about trying to make us believe in lies, but make us doubt everything. Who's telling the truth? Who can we trust? We don't know. And of course, if you, for some reason, want to believe that Zelensky has a cocaine problem, you now have a lot of evidence to support that. For those, and if you're wondering if the repetition phenomenon has an effect, this is Wolfgang V. He's one of the biggest podcasts in Norway, and it's in Norwegian. I apologize to the foreign audience, but I just wanted to show you this short clip.
For å få bukt med alt stresset som I livet deres, da, eller fortiden. Altså bare se sånn der kokainproblemene til han Zelensky, liksom, eller hvordan disse her...
det noe man vet? Hæ? Det noe man vet? Jeg har bare sett sånn mye.
Selvfølgelig, man vet man det, men du ser bare nok video, bare at det bare renner liksom fra nesa.
So he's basically saying that, it's hard to be an international leader, and they use drugs, like the Zelensky has cocaine problems, and his guest says, do we know this for a fact? And he says, no, but we see all these videos of Zelensky doing all of these things. And what happens now is that, this reaches now tens of thousands of Norwegians. The link to Russia is broken. This is what we call information laundering. This is now a story that has a life of its own. The second one is if you come across stories that are, have a kernel of truth, it's based on truth, it's much more believable. And a lot of Russian propaganda has a kernel of truth that is sort of with lies wrapped around it. Most of you have probably heard that Paris has a big problem with bed bugs. This is based on the truth. Every summer there's an uptick in this case. It's not unique for Paris, but the scale of it has been blown out of proportions by Russia. It's one of many creative ways of opportunistic use of propaganda. Typical way of doing it is making a fake screenshot of a trustworthy publication, here like Libération, and then you can read in the articles that these bed bugs come from Ukrainian refugees. And then, of course, this is pushed out on the internet, boosted by bot networks, and becomes stories everywhere. The story was not the Ukrainian refugees part, but the story of the bed bugs was heavily covered also in Norway by Norwegian press, and we saw this all over Europe. The third example is third and last is connected to confirmation bias. If you come across some information that fits very well with what we already believe and what we think is true, it's much more easy for us to believe it. So all information is interpreted in a context. So the context that we have when we interpret information, it could be correct, but it could be incorrect. This is a correct context in that respect. This is the Paris Olympics last year. Russia was very active trying to sabotage the Olympics and degrading the trust in France and the West internationally by using different situations occurring at the Olympics. There was a high threat level in Paris. Hamas had criticized France for supporting Israel. So when this video of a Hamas warrior was released online and got 25 million views, it fit pretty well in a context. It wasn't crazy. It wasn't very surprising. At the end, he's holding up this bloody head of a doll. It looks very fake, but I just wanted to warn you ahead.
وتدفعون ثمن ما فعلتم. سوف تتدفق أنهارا من الدماء في شوارع باريس. وهذا اليوم قادم بإذن الله تعالى. الله أكبر.
So, and when you start looking into this video, it becomes quickly clear that this wasn't Hamas at all. This was our friends in Storm 1516, the same group that made this video of Vasiliev and the killing of, with Tucker Carlson and all that. And these are just a few examples. But there are tens and thousands of examples like this. So, and you can easily take one example and say, okay, but is that so bad? Okay, so if somebody is tricked by that, doesn't really matter. But the thing is, this is death by 1,000 paper cuts kind of thinking. So it's the scale and volume of it. Lastly, I wanted to mention 2 points about artificial intelligence. We see that Russia is using artificial intelligence a lot to amplify everything that they do as a force multiplier. They do things better, more quickly, at scale, across the language barrier into Norwegian and other small languages. And they sometimes use it to create deepfakes. That hasn't been sort of the main thing for Russia, but sometimes they do it. And I think this is one of the recent examples where they have combined. Research tells us that people are more gullible when it comes to AI audio than AI video. We're more skeptical to things we see than what we hear for different reasons. Here they've combined it. This is Russian actors made this video, same group, Storm 1516. They have taken, this is leading Western academics. This is Hannah Fry from Cambridge University. So when you see Hannah Fry here, it's Hannah Fry. It's her voice, it's her face, everything is legit. But when you don't see Hannah Fry anymore and you see illustrational photos with a voiceover, that voiceover is not Hannah Fry. That's an AI-generated clone of Hannah Fry's voice. And see if you can spot the difference.
I have just started a new job at Cambridge University as the Professor of the Public Understanding of Mathematics. I analysed the economic situation in Europe. An in-depth mathematical analysis of the consequences of the sanctions policy has shown the harmfulness of the sanctions for the Europeans themselves.
So last point I want to make, we can spend weeks looking at content, but I think also we should be concerned about AI being used for infrastructure. This is one of the tiny blue boxes at the bottom of the iceberg that I showed you. It's the Pravda network. It's a Russian network of about 200 fake news portals in about 50 different languages, including Norwegian. And they auto-copy content from other Russian sources, as well as AI-generate articles on their own. The scale of this production is massive. Last year, this tiny network produced more than 3.6 million articles. And when NewsGuard, a US analysis agency, did a query before the summer, they asked the 10 biggest language models questions about the war in Ukraine. And in 33% of the answers they got back was Russian propaganda from the Pravda network. So it shows possibly then a new tactic, data poisoning of the internet, so that the language models will believe that this is the most likely answer to give you back. So last point, this is about in Russian doctrine, this is it's about influencing people's situational awareness, understanding of the world, and it's called reflexive control, which is basically trying to influence a group of people in a way that makes them think and therefore also act in a way that is in Russia's interest. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but this is a model Ensley's model that we also use in the armed forces, where the first level is perception. We take in information around us, what is going on from different sources, and then level 2 is comprehension, analysis. What does it mean? And then projection. What's going to happen if this continues to develop tomorrow, in a week, in a month, in a year? And then based on that, we make a decision. But then, of course, what Russia is trying to do is hamper level 1 perception. So if we are wrong about what's going on because we get wrong information in, our analysis is going to be wrong, projection is going to be wrong, decision is going to be wrong. But also, if it's really difficult to find out what's going on because there are so many opposing views and opposing information, which is what Russia does all the time, present opposing contradictory versions of the same story, it may take us longer to figure out what's going on. Our analysis is much more not so, we can't be so sure about our analysis, and it takes longer time. And this creates an opportunity for Russia that they can exploit in many different ways. We can come back to that. I see I'm running out of time. So I wanted to make 3 points at the end, and one is we tend to talk about disinformation and fake news a lot of times. A lot of the things that Russia is doing is amplify or twist the actual truth. So if you're worried about immigrants or Muslims, you can find concrete, real-world examples of Muslims, doing horrible things and amplify that, so it becomes very huge. So that becomes your impression of what is going on. Also, I think the main point is we are emotional beings. A lot of times, what makes you believe in something has a lot more to do with a sense of belonging, identity, to belong to a group, have a fight to, cause to fight for with your group against an enemy. Those are much more powerful drivers for human cognition than a search for an objective truth. And last point is intuition versus rationality. We are far less rational than we like to think. Back to Kahneman again, thinking fast and slow, system 1 thinking. And this is actually, how the social media is actually operating, because we are being bombarded with so much information all the time from social media at all, in itself, but also from Russia. And Trump has the same strategy, flood the zone with shit that Barents talked about. It's about bombarding us with so much information that we're spinning around in system 1 thinking and then outlooping basically our rationality. So I'm going to finish here, looking forward to the debate. And I know that, the topic we're covering today is very dark, quickly become depressing. And I remember back in a day where internet came about and the things that we watched were videos of cats and beautiful things. So I wanted to end with a picture of a kitten. Thank you.
process and to refill and also to get some fresh air. But please be back in your seats in 10 minutes.
So let's check.
Okay, everyone, take your seats. We have a time to keep here. Very good. I see some of you are moving towards your seats. That's a good sign. We are working. Yes. Yeah. Yes, please. Also in the back of the room, you have to take your seat now. I know 10 minutes is not a long time, but there is more to come.
Can I start? Hi, everyone. My name is Masha Borzunova. I'm a Russian journalist based in Berlin right now. I had to leave Russia in 2022, in a week after full-scale invasion. That time I was working on TV Rain, the only one independent TV channel in Russia, and we were blocked, as many others, independent media by Russian government. And it was too risky to stay in country, so that's why we had to leave. And on TV Rain, as a journalist, I was covering protest movements in Russia and Belarus. Also, I was a court reporter. I covered criminal cases against opposition activists, independent journalists. And also, since 2018, I was, and I am still, a TV host and an author, a program about Kremlin propaganda, in which my colleagues and I are trying to expose and debunk Russian fake news and Russian disinformation. And that's what about I want to talk with you right now to show some examples. Thanks for having me. Actually, Anna Politkovskaya was the one who inspired me to be a journalist, and it's a great honor to participate in a forum by her name. So let's start, and let's start with some numbers. So 1.5 billion euros. This is the amount that Russian authorities plan to spend on state media next year. And this amount keeps growing every year. The Kremlin now controls almost all media outlets in Russia. Almost all independent media had to leave country or was shut down. And of course, journalists who decided to stay, independent journalists who decided to stay in Russia and still work in Russia, they work under really big pressure. And we talked about it yesterday, and we will talk about it today a little bit during my presentation as well. Another number, here are some polls, fresh polls from August 2025, made by Levada Center. TV is still the main source of information for most Russians, for 60% of Russians, as you see. Yeah, this number became lower and lower, but still, the main source of information for Russians is still TV, and Russian government controls every TV channel in Russia. But of course, it doesn't mean that there is no propaganda and fake news in social media, for example, and we will talk about it later as well. And now I want to show you the main methods and narratives of Russian propaganda.
В мире нет ситуации, что и так все ждут войну, потому что развитие технологий таково, что любая война между крупными державами уничтожит мир. Точка. Поэтому все, что угодно может случиться и в Черном море, и в воздухе, и где угодно к настоящей...
И даже в космосе.
И даже в космосе. К настоящей войне это, слава богу, не приведет.
So this is November 2021. As you remember, all Western media, based on their sources, wrote that Russia was going to invade Ukraine. And this is what was happening on Russian state TV channels. All Kremlin-controlled media tried to assure people that the Western media were lying and that the Russian government was not going to invade Ukraine. And next, I want to show you what happened on Russian TV a few months later, after full-scale invasion.
Украину мы, как таковую, победили в первые 2-3, сколько там дней, когда взяли Гостомель, когда совершенно обезоружили, по сути, Украину, уничтожив основные ее военные силы. А потом началась война с НАТО, и не только с НАТО, потому что мы воюем со странами и не входящими в НАТО. Так вот, сейчас идет война с НАТО на территории Украины. И больше никак воспринимать это нельзя.
There's no going to be a war, and now we're at war with NATO. This is like how picture changed quickly on Russian state TV channels, and now Kremlin propaganda is trying to convince people that Russia is at war with the West, that it's no longer a special military operation, and that Ukraine is only the battlefield. This, they claim, is why it's taken Russia longer to win, and why everyone should unite and go to battlefield and fight in Ukraine for Russia. Of course, it didn't appear only on 24th of February. Of course, Kremlin state propaganda tried to prepare people for many, many years before, and they tried to create this picture of an enemy from Ukraine and the West. Try to convince people that people in Russia are surrounded by enemies and that we need to unite, we need to be prepared, we need to fight. And another popular narrative of Russian propaganda is the decaying West. Let's take a look.
Ненависть в отношении России и Белоруссии, мы здесь, по большому счету, в одной лодке, по сути, объясняется тем, что наши страны не идут на сумасшествие Запада, Америки и Европы, которые встали на путь отказа от своей традиционной культуры, от гей-парадов и увлечением смены пола до обрушения памятников отцов-основателей и равнодушием к возрождению нацизма на Украине. У нас своя песня. Россия сегодня своего рода остров нормальности, если смотреть из западной дурки. Понятно, не без трудностей, но зато со здоровой культурной основой.
Yes, so traditional values is another Russian goal that Russian army right now try to protect in Ukraine, and what Russian army fight for, because as you saw, Russia right now is an island of normality. Another popular narrative, and I think this is the main narrative actually, is what I call the Holy War. And the war against Nazis. Propaganda calls this war a holy war and equates it with the Second World War, or as it is called in Russia, the Great Patriotic War. Here you can see a really good graphic from New York Times based on Semitic visions. And you see how mention of Nazis in Ukraine increased on 24th of February, mentioned in different Russian websites. And on the first day of the invasion, Vladimir Putin declared the denazification of Ukraine, and since then it has become the main justification used by the Russian government and state media. The Great Patriotic War and the victory over Nazis are the most significant historical events in Russia. And of course, it resonates deeply in people. And for example, many interviews with Russian soldiers show them claiming that they are repeating the feat of their grandfathers, repeating the victory of their grandfathers. And the Russian government now exploits the sentiment to justify its invasion of Ukraine. And I think this is like the main narrative of Russian state propaganda right now. Here you see how Russian officials really like to repeat that Nazism is raising its head in Europe again, we need to fight Nazism, and etc., etc. And of course, Russians are not only surrounded by enemies, they also have to fight enemies inside the country. Many of my colleagues and I personally have been declared as foreign agent, and it might sound funny because Ministry of Justice officially explained why I am a foreign agent. And according to official document, official reason, I was declared as a foreign agent for 100 euros that were sent from my friends, 10 euros from my American friend, and 90 euros from my Belarusian friend. Actually, I was thinking that we're like kind of allies, but it doesn't matter for Ministry of Justice. It was like my official foreign funding, and this is why I was declared a foreign agent. And of course, it might sound funny, but of course, also this is like a tool of repression. And unfortunately, it works because sometimes people, they're just afraid to talk to foreign agents. For example, if they're still inside Russia, they are like, okay, but what kind of consequences I might have after such interview? Or some people, and this is also one of the main Kremlin narratives, think that if you're a foreign agent, you are like an enemy of the state. And of course, I cannot explain to everyone, okay, guys, I was declared as a foreign agent for 100 euros that was sent by my friends. Of course, people see this label and they are already sure that I work for foreign government or foreign states. As we talked yesterday, many independent Russian media was declared as undesirable organization. And it's really dangerous to people, for people to talk with them, especially when they're still in Russia. Another thing, like Russian government added a few new criminal articles and criminal code, and dozens of journalists right now in prison in Russia. Here is only 8 examples, but there are many, many more right now in Russian prison. And I think that when we talk about propaganda and why it works, we should say and we should remember that propaganda is always going hand in hand with repressions. When all media are blocked, well, many journalists are in jail, when you try to divide people and shut down like even close ties like families, make relatives don't talk to each other. Unfortunately, this works as well, and this helps propaganda work. But let's talk about some methods of Kremlin propaganda. Sometimes they don't exactly lie, they just don't tell the whole truth. But sometimes they don't even try. And this next example directly concerns you, because it's about anti-Russian sanctions and how Europeans reacted to them. One day in 2022, I saw a story about a so-called flash mob against sanctions. There were screenshots of Twitter posts from supposed Europeans who spoke out against sanctions, saying that in the end, they were the ones suffering the most. I decided to check these Twitter accounts and noticed that all of them had been created within the same month, recently before this flash mob started. Moreover, each account had only one original tweet. And guess what about this tweet was? Later, we discovered that the profile pictures used in those accounts actually belonged to other people. For example, this girl who wrote to President of France, actually, in real life, she is an Indian actor. But I think she doesn't know that she spoke out against anti-Russian sanctions. So, of course, we can't say for sure that Russia Today was behind the creation of those accounts of the flash mob itself, but it certainly looks like it came from someone connected to this Kremlin propaganda machine, especially since the story first appeared in Russian state media. Next example that I want to show, I think this is like one of the most important examples. This is about Bucha massacre, and sometimes propaganda machine doesn't just invent a single lie. It tries to spread multiple versions of what really happened in order to confuse people. A clear example is the massacre in Bucha. Kremlin propaganda pushed out several contradictory versions. When the images of murdered civilians appeared online, they claimed the bodies were mannequins. And you see here on the left, this is a screenshot actually from Russian state TV program with the title Ukrainian Fakes, when they see like mannequins and they say that this is what they did in Bucha. Another version of Russian state propaganda was that people were actors because they tried to show that on the video that appeared online from Bucha, they saw some movements of bodies. And this is like actually not dead people, this is alive people, just actors. And eventually they admitted that, okay, bodies were real, but insisted that Ukrainians, not Russians, were responsible. Of course, journalists debunked all these versions, but imagine yourself on, like, place ordinary viewer or ordinary reader. Of course, you're already too confused to think that you can find out the truth. So people were like, I saw by myself, for example, these threads on Facebook and arguments between people who were like, okay, it seems like in this case, everyone is lying, so we cannot find out the truth. And unfortunately, this mechanism, this tool works really well during this war. And of course, the most common question in the end, how could you believe in that? How can anyone even believe all this? Actually, unfortunately, we know that propaganda works, and we know it from many examples from history, because it's just easier to believe in propaganda, because as my colleague told before, it's much easier to feel that you're a part of something big. Also, propaganda just gives you already prepared answer, and you don't need to do anything, to search the answer by yourself, to search information. And of course, especially when almost all independent media are blocked, and for people it becomes really, really hard to find the truth and find this information. And another thing that we should remember, it's, of course, as I already told, repressions in Russia, that right now in Russia, it's dangerous just to write in Facebook the word war. And of course, in these circumstances, propaganda wins and works really well. Thank you so much. Right now, I'm ready to answer your questions, if you have some.
What about funding of propaganda? Have you seen the dynamics? It increased after full-scale invasion started,
Yeah.
or what will be in next year? Because all people say about problems in the economy of Russia and so on.
Yeah, it doesn't work for propaganda.
Yeah, because
problems in economics doesn't work for
yeah,
propaganda.
they will not give money for social care. I understand, but do you know some kind of dynamics?
Like Russian government always spend a lot of money for Russian state media, for Russian propaganda. If we talk about and of course this is only state media, so this is official number, official amount from Russian budget. So we know that there's a lot of oligarchs or rich people who are ready to spend more money for some media who are also spreading Kremlin narratives. So this is official amount. This is what Russian government plans to spend next year. And if I'm not mistaken, I think this is the record. This is the highest price. But yeah, I think that it is. But it's always big, this amount is only increases. But the bad thing that we don't know, we cannot calculate the whole amount. Because this is the only official numbers.
I have a question.
Yeah.
My name is Denis. I work at the Barents Observer. My lovely parts, it's listen to Russian propaganda, especially Solovyov and Maria Zakharova, and especially they talk about Norway.
Yeah.
How to build a big prison on Svalbard, or maybe use bomb on the Norway. It was a couple months ago, Solovyov told about it, and I wrote about it. But I'm not sure. It's correct to give mic to Russian propagandists in Norwegian, or better stay in Russia?
It's this meme, if I ignore it, maybe it will go away. So it will not go away. I think that we should debunk Russian propaganda. It's not giving them a mic. You should debunk it, you should expose it. And I think that I was thinking a lot about, for example, my role after full-scale invasion started. Because, right now it's really hard to convince someone because, in Russia, the society is really polarized right now. People don't talk to each other, people don't listen to each other. And this is I think that this is the main disaster right now inside Russian society. That people, they're just even in families, they don't want to listen to each other. And of course, when people see my program, she's a foreign agent, of course, I know what she's gonna say to me. But at the same time, I understand that you need to write down all these things just to remember how they behave, what they told. And sometimes, sometimes it works because I prepared a program about Margarita Simonyan and how she changed her opinion before invasion of Ukraine, during the invasion of Ukraine, first year, second year, and after it. And people were like, something is wrong here. Maybe she's lying. I was like, yes, maybe. And it's really important and useful. I received a lot of messages and emails from our viewers, and they said that it was really helpful during their conversations with their relatives. So they didn't show my program to them because I'm a foreign agent, but they were they remembered arguments from my program and used them in the conversations. So I think it's important. Yeah.
Hi, I wanted to ask you about troll factories, their role in this propaganda infrastructure and how it's been changed after Prigozhin mutiny and possible death.
Yeah, it's interesting because As I see, I think that it's more a question for, this is like specific topic and for investigators of troll fabrics. In Russia, what I can say that Prigozhin invented not only troll fabrics, he also created a lot of media. He had his own media holding, who spreaded false narratives and fake news. And these news were reprinted by these trolls everywhere. And all this media after his death were shut down. And they no longer exist at all. But as we see, it looks like all these mechanisms were taken by Russian government by themselves. So, yeah.
It was extremely interesting to listen to you, and I'm sure there are a lot more questions. But we need to move on, and then we will have a conversation with you and the others afterwards, so there may be opportunities to ask more questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And then the question is, are we in Norway immune against all this? Please, we have first Bjørn Johan Berger, who knows a lot about that.
Wow, okay. Thank you. I'm more or less a kind of an activist and has been so since 2014, and especially been also interested in Russian propaganda. I would just stress that I think that there has been delivered much solid Norwegian journalism about Russia and Ukraine, but I'm not here today to tell about all the perfect stories. I'm to tell you about when it's going wrong. So, to just tell you a little bit about the media landscape in Norway, for those who don't know, we have a strong tradition of press freedom. We have top 5 globally. We have free, diverse, independent media, partly supported with the public press subsidized, and few political affiliated media outlets, little political bias. They try to tell the truth how it is. Editorial freedom, content is controlled by the editors, not by the owners. And also Norwegian media has something very beautiful, something they call Press Complaints Commission, where they in the way have the court, where they have an internal kind of justice and guidelines for how good journalism should be performed. But still, there are sometimes that propaganda slips through Norwegian media. Some of the reasons could be because we have been a little bit naive, having high trust in our society. We also, for journalists, have time pressure and digital news cycles. Everything shall go very quick. Narrative inertia, with other words, that if one newspaper makes an error, it easily can occur in another newspaper, and then it goes on. Limited foreign expertise maybe on Russia, especially in the beginning from 2014. And typically also this both side journalism, which works fine in many Norwegian cases, but when it comes to propaganda, it can easily also fall into false balance. And lack of national systemic countermeasures, so there have been no one really, in a way, working systematically how to prevent us from foreign influence, and especially then from Russian propaganda. So I want to divide it into 2 parts, talking about from 2014 to 2022, and then later after 2022. And I would say that when it comes to Norwegian media's resilience in this first period, I I would say lower awareness, fragmented response. I've been very focused on the war in Donbass because, like, for example, this researcher Jade McLean said, nobody will understand Russia's war on Ukraine nor how it would end if they start from February 2022 without understanding that it actually began in 2014 and how it began. And it's also very important to understand what happened in 2014 to understand what happened in Ukraine, why Ukraine did like they did, why they got some support, for example, from NATO countries and things like that. So it's very important to understand when the war began. And in media, I've seen several descriptions, like it called the war for civil war. They called the so-called, or the people in the Donbass region, in the People Republics, for Ukrainian insurgents, or Russian separatists. That's an interesting word. Russian. Can you be a separatist in a foreign country? Or are they Ukrainian Russians, or what are they? But finally, during the years, the more normal standard definition was calling them Russian-backed separatists. So here's also another classic example of a kind of false balance. This is in January 2022. 150,000 maybe Russian soldiers at the Ukrainian border. And then our broadcaster, NRK, should have a quick roundup of what happened since 2014. And they said that Ukraine accuses Russia of helping the separatists, but Russia denies it. And they didn't tell anything more. So then I started to write 14 long pages of an article where I documented how Russia had already invaded eastern Ukraine, and they did so already in 2014. And it came also later that year, in November 2014, European Court of Human Rights, the Grand Chamber, came with a very interesting decision where they detailedly described how Russia was starting the war in Donbass in 2014, and where they also, the final conclusion I think is very interesting here. The court found that the areas in eastern Ukraine in separatist hands were from the 11th of May 2014 under the jurisdiction of the Russian Federation. With other words, it was a kind of a Russian subsidiary, these people, republics in eastern Ukraine, and also it was described how also regular Russian troops were going in on the, or invading in a way Ukraine in August 2014, but actually they started also already in April 2014. So Russia attacked Ukraine in 2014. I think the right description should be Russian-controlled forces. And why I use also the word forces and not the interesting word separatist is because there were thousands, if not probably tens of thousands Russians, mostly probably regular Russian forces, participating only the first year in the war. And this, I think, this is not only a mistake, I think, that Norwegian outlets has been doing, but also internationally we could have seen the same. So that's why also it's very important to understand this word, that Russia went to full-scale war in 2022. And I think many people don't really understand why, especially you can see researchers are very specific. They use the word full-scale invasion. But still, here we have, this is in August this year, where our Prime Minister is telling, actually, if you, in other words, he says in the way that Russia's illegal war of aggression started in Ukraine in 2022. And I don't know how many people I've seen, even Norwegian defense has said this. And it's totally wrong. They started it 11 years ago. So then a little bit about Putin's memory war. Russification of World War II has been not only going on in Norway, but elsewhere as well. Here you can see in Norwegian NRK in 2021 stated that now it's 80 years since Nazi Germany invaded Russia. But we know that's not true. They invaded Soviet Union, and the two first Soviet republics they invaded was actually not Russia, it was Ukraine and Belarus. And this is very important to understand, because how Russia tried to abuse this, that it was only the Russia that was the victim. Oh, there I pressed something wrong here. There it is. Typically also, here is from a documentary, you can see it also not only in Norway, elsewhere as well. Here it says that Russia lost 27 million during the Second World War. It's not actually true. They lost half of it, and we know also that in Belarus and Ukraine, for example, people have a much higher death rate than in Russia. And here's also in Germany, they took around 100,000 prisoners of war up to Norway during the Second World War. And many of them were Russians, but many of them were also especially Ukrainians. And typically also how we in Norway have called these for Russian prisoners of war. And here they are, you can see that they're putting some flowers on the grave and calling it Russian prisoners. And this is also something which had been abused. And in 1944, Russia went in, the Red Army, to be specifically, passed the Norwegian border and so-called liberated parts of the northern Norway. Actually, it was just parts of Finnmark, one of the counties, the northernmost county in Norway. But here you can also see that when in 2019, when they should mark this, it was then the 75 years of anniversary, if I remember correct. And then they called it Saved by the Russians. And the whole program, 3 hours, was just about Russia. Russia, Russia, Russia. Even though many of the soldiers were from Ukraine or Belarus. Very typical. And then I will just take a small example here. In 2014, when we know now that Russia was starting a war in Ukraine, suddenly in November 2014, they wanted to help to raise or find an aircraft and raise it from a fjord in northern Norway, and Norwegian government said no. And why did Russia do so? Distract and divide. And it ended with in Kirkenes, the northernmost city in Norway. There were demonstrations and a protest, not against Russia starting a war in Ukraine, but against Norwegian authorities that didn't want help Russia to raise this, to take up this plane from this fjord. This is what Eskil was talking about, reflexive control. Second part, or third part, after 2022, to date, I would say that Norwegian media's resilience to Russian propaganda has become increased awareness, but uneven resilience. Still, there are many areas going on. And many of these areas can also be quite important, actually. Here's a typical example. I think that was from 2023, where it was United States wanted to supply Ukraine with cluster munitions. And then we have here one of the largest Norwegian newspapers saying that Shoigu said that Russia possesses cluster munitions, but that it has so far refrained from using them in Ukraine. This is blatant lie. Russia had used it for more than, probably up to more than 1,000 times on this time. And still, the Aftenposten is then not doing their job to try to check. They could have done some at Human Rights Watch, then would have found out. And here, this is very recent, where Ukraine had an attack in Russia, and then we have now it's Ria Novosti, who said that Ukraine had attacked Smolensk nuclear power plant. And this is quite dramatic if they should have done so. Just less than an hour later, a Norwegian news agency reported just the same as RIA Novosti, which also Reuters had done. And then it went out to all the newspapers in Norway that Ukraine had, or Russia said that they had, Ukraine had attacked a nuclear power plant in Russia. But if they have read Ukrainska Pravda, they've understood that actually they didn't attack the power plant. They were attacking a Russian oil company or the facilities to the Russian oil company, Lukoil. So a little bit about power of words. Typically here, for example, we call him, or many outlets call him this one for Lukashenko for Europe's last dictator. But what about this guy? And here's another one which is also quite common. Putin believes. Nobody knows what Putin believes. And if you start to produce a narrative that we know what Putin believes, that's really dangerous. We know that he is lying often, and what he believes, we don't know. Here's another example also, which I think is a little bit interesting. You were talking a little bit about it, Eskil, as well, with paying American YouTubers and things like that. So here it was, I think this was in 2022. Suddenly there were some Russian influencers in Western countries that's starting to tear apart the expensive bags. How do we know that they're not paid by Russia? But Norwegian journalists didn't think about that as a kind of a potential issue. And later, it's an example how they have been promoting through video bloggers. And then we have MH17, which is a huge tragedy. 298 people were killed. I've been writing a lot of articles about it, and I've seen so many versions of what happened, because Russia has been very good at producing so many different kind of stories that it's hard to find the truth. And here we have one, for example, in Åsne Seiersted's recently book, Ufred, where it says that in July, nationalist leader Igor Girkin shot down a Malaysian passenger plane over Ukraine. Girkin didn't shoot down the plane. He was just convicted for being a part of it as a kind of a leader. He is actually also a Russian citizen. He was probably also working for Russian intelligence to start the war in Ukraine. And Dutch prosecutor has the prime suspect, 3 Russian officers. Here's the one that Eskil had an example of, so I won't really show it. It's just the same with the cocaine.
Having used the drug myself many years ago, he seems like he's on cocaine to me. I don't know that. I have no evidence of it. I hear a lot of people say that. Have you heard that?
I've heard it.
A lot, or just in passing?
Oh, no, I've heard a lot, but I can't say it. I have no evidence. And
I don't either.
Yeah.
I hear it a lot.
So I think then it goes to the Norwegian blogger, or the Norwegian, what do you call it? Podcaster. Thank you. So I don't show you that one. Here's another example also from NRK from Mariupol 2022. You should bear in mind that Stockholm, what is called the Uppsala data center, conflict data center, they are very recognized for being or collecting data from all wars going around in the world. They have estimated that just in Mariupol, their best estimate is that 27,000 people were killed. 26,000 of them were civilians. And here we have in a case still, and the shortcut from the news in the evening news, that we have some people here that Ukrainians have been transported out of the area and thanking Russia for everything. And this is from, I'm not really sure of the source to NRK, but could be, I'm not really sure. So the last example here is because it's also interesting when it was talking about Mariupol. UN has verified 1,300 people dead, or civilians were dead, killed in Mariupol. But if you add on Stockholm Research Institute or this Uppsala data centers figure, and we know there are so many areas in occupied areas of Russia where they are hidden many dead people. And then we had in the beginning of November 2023, after the horrible attack or the horrible war in Gaza. And then suddenly our prime minister said from our parliament, now there were killed more civilians in Gaza than in Ukraine. At that time, there were killed around 10,000 people in Gaza. But we know that there were, at that time, killed probably 40,000 civilian Ukrainians. So how come he can say that so wrong? And I think that was the last slide, yeah. Reflexive control. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Björn Johan. And now we will hear editor of the Barents Observer, Thomas Nilsen, tell how this unfolded in the north.
Very good. Thank you very much, Gunnar. I will not talk about fake news. I will not talk about propaganda that much. I will talk about how we experience influence operations into our northernmost part of Norway. I will present some examples. I have to underline that nothing of what I'm talking about is illegal. It is how Russia have used the cooperation with Norway to undermine national security in a way we could nearly argue is subversion against Norway. Norway's relations with Russia is the story about the small state bordering the big superpower when Norway became a founding member of NATO in 1949. The same year as Soviet Union detonated its first nuclear bomb in Semipalatinsk. We made certain restrictions, partly for good reasons. There were no NATO bases on Norwegian soil, no nuclear weapons in our country, no overflight of our air territory by foreign intelligence gathering planes on missions towards the Barents Sea, north of Russia's main naval bases on the Kola Peninsula, and no NATO exercises east of 24 degrees in our northernmost region. Then, with the breakup of the Soviet Union, the good times came. We had Andrei Kozyrev, an elected Duma member, parliament member from the Murmansk region, Soviet Union's last foreign minister, Russia's first foreign minister. Today declared foreign agent. I remember we interviewed him. I'm totally convinced that the 1990s was the years when people in the northernmost part of Russia really wanted to integrate, to cooperate, and to develop good life together with their Nordic neighbors, Sweden, Norway, and Finland. 10 years later, into this Barents cooperation, Mikhail Kasyanov was prime minister. He came to our town to celebrate and to mark this cross-border people-to-people cooperation and state-to-state cooperation, region-to-region cooperation. It was talks about democracy, economical development, and environmental protection in the Arctic. Mikhail Kasyanov, as you know, also declared foreign agent today. So it was a period of time with peace and love, culture, balalaika, business development, governments on both sides of the border that wanted to explore oil and petroleum and gas and get even richer. And a few of us consider that some of the soft security measures we on the Norwegian side believed that we were part of actually was misused on the other side. So when the Russian-Norwegian border suddenly one day appeared in the middle of the pedestrian street in our border town on the Norwegian side, we consider it to be a kind of, well, the border is just a line on the map, but in between us people, no such borders existed. This was a contemporary art project initiated by a Russian curator operating in the border area at that time. Russian border posts to your left and the Norwegian border posts to the right. A few years later, 4 years into the war on Ukraine, Norway highlighted the need to talk about our common history. Russia also. In times of trouble, it's a diplomatic lesson. Find the way where we have a common history, focus on that, and arrange common celebrations and so on. So this was when Sergei Lavrov came to the small little border town of Kirkenes in 2019, where celebrations and few actually raised their eyebrows when these people suddenly appeared side by side with Sergei Lavrov. The first uniformed members of Jun Armia on Norwegian soil. Jun Armia, established by Russia's Ministry of Defense, and today one of the main recruiters of people sent to the battlefields in Ukraine. These people traveled around the Barents region, easternmost part in the north, and it's quite important to understand that Russia's main strategic interest in this region is that it is very, very close to the strategic nuclear weapons on the Kola Peninsula, the main assets of Russia's deterrence and second strike capabilities. These people traveled around the fjord. They went out to the town of Vardø, where suddenly a few of them started to wave with the local flag from Arkhangelsk, the Patriot Club, an even more nationalistic movement that today are arranging this summer camps and weapon training for children and teenagers in the Arkhangelsk region, like Patriot clubs are doing other places in Russia. Vardø, even a smaller town than Kirkenes, has been a main focus area for Russian influence into our areas. So when the veteran organization of the KGB and KVD, FSB, suddenly decided to put up a memorial from the Second World War, well, it was part of the Norwegian-Russian common Second World War history. And look at or listen to what I said. The Russian-Norwegian common history, not the Soviet Red Army cooperation in the area. We see Russia taking over the Second World War history of that time. So for the local mayor in Vardø, the one to your very right, yes, right. Of course, he had the St. Georg ribbon when he were posting in front of this Second World War memorial. And this memorial is raised to the memory of 3 Norwegian partisans by the Russian Consulate General in Kirkenes, named as Soviet soldiers. Not Norwegians fighting for the freedom of Norway with their allies in the Soviet Union during Second World War, but mentioned today as Soviet soldiers. All 3 of them were Norwegians. Let's take a look at our 2 friends from the Russian Orthodox Church that have been very active in promoting this common World War history. It's Archbishop Alexander, the one to the very left from Onega, Arkhangelsk region, and it is Bishop Alexander of the 2 twin cities of Mirny and Plisetsk. Mirny and Plisetsk, some of the most secret, closed military towns in northern Russia. These towns are the main cosmodrome of Russian armed forces. It is the main launch platforms for spy satellites into Arctic orbit. and it is the main testing platform for launching new types of intercontinental ballistic missiles, like the Sarmat that Putin is braving much about. These people managed to gather with the locals in Vardø to say that we have a common history and the church is very important in that one. No one mentioned that Archpriest Alexander has a background in the Russian military. And a few were thinking about the bishop's background from this very special closed military towns. So when these people said that we want to build an Orthodox chapel in Vardø, yes, what did the local municipality do? They took out the plans of the maps of the local municipality and started to find the property. And they found it. Just by the entrance to the tunnel over to the small island of Vardø with 180 degrees panorama view towards the Vardø radar, which is a Norwegian intelligence-operated radar that shares information about suborbit and ballistic or rockets flying into space with our allies. This project was stopped for one reason, and that was the pandemic. Because then these priests couldn't come over. They were operating out of the Norwegian Barents Secretariat's office in Arkhangelsk. That's where they had the joint meetings during the time when the border were closed in the pandemic. Well, the Russian Orthodox Church has not only been active in that part of our border areas, they've also been very active towards Kirkenes, and with the new bishop that came in the year 2020, Alexei Baradin, or Mitrofan, as his church name is today. He also wanted to build such an Orthodox chapel in Kirkenes. Not only that, at his first official press conference, his bishop of the Murmansk region, in Severomorsk, the headquarters of the Russian Northern Fleet, he said that we should be very aware that Sør-Varanger, this municipality in the easternmost part of Norway, northeast, belongs to the Russian Orthodox Church, historically. Okay, if it goes back to 1326 and the Novgorod Treaty and the taxation between the Tsar and the king in Stockholm and so on, but come on, you can't operate such kind of historical arguments. Then the entire Europe has to be redrawn. And, ladies and gentlemen, Bishop Mitrofan is also a former commander on board a navy ship in Russia's Northern Fleet, military background. So, but the question is, did the Norwegians ever listen to this? Were there any critical voices? Like when his two younger priests came to Kirkenes and insisted that they wanted to see the drinking water system of Kirkenes. They were actually allowed by the local municipality to go and look at the pipelines and so on. Was there anyone on the Norwegian side that said, oh, no, come on. I mean, this is 2020, people. It's a long time into the war in Ukraine. Well, the responses when Norway's intelligence service warned against espionage and influence operations in our part of Norway was this. The local mayor yelling at the Norwegian intelligence service, asking them to get out of this cooperation with Russia. The county mayor of Finnmark, the biggest region in Norway, larger than Denmark in size, actually asked for lifting the sanctions. Because, okay, it's not good that Crimea were annexed, but it has nothing to do with a very good cross-border cooperation up in the north. It's kind of believed that we are bordering a different Russia than other neighbors, like Ukraine, for instance. The first reaction of the newly mayor of Kirkenes after the full-scale invasion in 2022, no, we should not send weapons to Ukraine. That could harm local business and the people-to-people, the good friendship, etc. And on top of it, the mayor wanted and insisted in a letter to Norway's Ministry of Foreign Affairs that Putin should be invited to celebrate the 75-year anniversary of the liberation of Finnmark, of Second World War. The Barents Observer write about these kind of things. We write about when Russia's Deputy Prime Minister Dmitry Rogozin arrives at Svalbard. He's a sanctioned person. He's not allowed to be on Svalbard. and so on. So, but one final point, if I may get 2 minutes, yes. Let's look into who are the players. This is always very important to look at when we are talking about Russia. Who are the players on the other side? Is it politicians? Is it ordinary people, organizations, and so on? Let me present this man in black with the mobile telephone taking photo of me. I was taking photo of him during the celebration. His name is Sergei Goncharov. He is today advisor on foreign policy for the governor of Murmansk. And when he became that, his CV were published on the governor's webpage. But they were lacking 2 years. So we started to look at those 2 years. Those 2 years where he didn't have anything, 2013 and 2014. And my good colleague here of the Russian exile journalists in the Barents Observer found him on a leaked database in Russia. It's a leaked database from a sport chain where he had registered his bank card. And there we found it, 2013, 2014. He was living at Ulitsa Yemelyanovaya 244. Yemelyanovagata 244 i Kaliningrad. And then it's only to go into Yandex map and take a look. What is there? FSB is a border guard college in close cooperation with Russia's Ministry of Defense on special forces operation in border regions. After this story was published in the Barents Observer, Sergei has not been in Norway. But I want to underline one important final word. Sergei has systematically, over many, many years, approached Norwegian high-tech companies that are working with subsea technology. Aquaplaniva, the best one we have in Norway on robotics under subsea. He arranged seminars in Vardø and in Murmansk with focus on subsea technologies in Arctic waters. And you know, everyone, what is important for Russia by the end of the day if there is an escalation. Russia's Northern Fleet, and to take full control of the Barents Sea and to re-establish a buffer zone into eastern part of Finnmark. Thank you for your attention. I got the time I needed. Yes.
And now I give the stage to Professor Kari Aga Myklebust and all speakers. They will have a conversation the next half an hour. Please.
So I would like to, is this on? Can you hear me? Yeah? I would just like to start by thanking all of the 4 speakers for very thought-provoking presentations and for giving us very broad perspectives on how Russia is operating in Europe, globally, in Norway, and also in the highly securitized northern region of Norway. I'm like, where do we start? I mean, the topic is so rich, and we have only a few minutes. I think the main focus of our discussion should be on how to counter all this activity from Russia. And this is, of course, a very complex issue. But this will be the main focus of our discussion. What do we do? What do we need to debunk Russian propaganda? Should we fight fire with fire? Do we need to hire thousands of info warriors in Western states? I mean, how do we do this? Do we pick up the tools of the Kremlin? Do we have other tools? You know, these are very difficult issues to handle for Western democratic states who do not want to operate like the Kremlin does in this gray zone. But I would like to start with a short question to Marsha, which I think is highly legitimate today. What do we actually know about Russian propaganda's impact in Russian audiences? We do know that many Russians do not have a TV. They do not watch TV, at least in the big cities, because they are aware of the effects of propaganda. What are the impacts? Do we know something about this?
But as we saw, like 60% of Russians, still TV is the main source of information, and sometimes TV is like it turned on like on background when like people preparing a dinner or something like that. And of course, these narratives which were repeated like every year, that there is Nazis in Ukraine, the West is the main enemy. Of course, it's working. If you ask me, like, if Russians believe in this propaganda, I think that, of course, propaganda works and many Russians believe in this for different reasons. Like, for example, one of the main reasons I think is kind of self-defense, because, of course, it's hard to agree that your country is an aggressor, and by your name, your country invaded your neighbors. And of course, like many people, they're like, okay, we cannot like find out the whole truth, and they're like trying to defend the position that, of course, I don't know everything, so I believe in what my government says. For many people, it's just easier to believe in this propaganda, while all independent media are blocked, and while many people are in jail because they talked about war. And others, I think this is like the biggest group. This is just people who try to focus on their personal life, and they're so like tired of news at all and of all what's happening. But when we talk about like polls, about opinion of Russians, what they think about war, I think it can be incorrect to talk about polls and numbers in dictatorship. Because when you ask, for example, Russians, and unfortunately I see when many Western colleagues who came to Russia and work in Russia, they make such polls on streets of Moscow, and they're like, what do you think about war? Tell me. And imagine, like, of course, people who don't agree with this war, they will not say it like publicly with open faces. And we already have criminal cases against Russians who participated in such polls for different media. So I think it's really hard to say like certain amount of people and how does it work in Russia. But of course, like in general answer, yeah, it works.
Very depressing general answer.
Yes, unfortunately.
Eskil, you showed us a very interesting but also complicated slide of the Russian information ecosystem. I saw many of us took a picture, so we will study it more in depth. But you also said that the Russian information ecosystem is both opportunistic and strategic at the same time. Could you elaborate on that, explain to us?
Yes, so it's clear that the actors in the Russian ecosystem are working towards more or less the same goal, although it can look very different in appearance. But it's how to say it? It's complicated. Can you repeat the question? The last.
Yeah, you talked about, and I think I understand what you mean. You said that this system exists with actors who are both opportunistic,
Strategic
but it also has a strategic, broader background.
So it seems clear that I mean you have different actors. You have Russian state-controlled media getting their instructions from Moscow. Then you have all the sort of the thousands of proxy sites. Some of them
are linked to the 3 intelligence services. They all run networks as part of this ecosystem and clearly under government control. And then you have an unknown number of websites, news outlets, and so forth that are doing it sort of, it seems like by intention. So it's not that they're getting instructions, they may not even get paid, but it's clear to these outlets as well as the hacktivist groups and other sort of patriots that they're well aware of Putin's intention, and they contribute what they can to fight the good war. So they echo whatever comes out from the state channels and the proxy channels and the government channels and the intelligence connected channels by intention. So it's more like an ecosystem sort of organically echoing each other's content more than being targeted and instructed by the Kremlin. And you have so many different actors in this ecosystem. You also have a few private or companies connected to Moscow. One is Social Design Agency, another one is Struktura. And they have, it seems that they've taken over, and perhaps some of the audience know more about this than I do, but it seems that some of the infrastructure left by Prigozhin and the Internet Agency, research agency, has been taken over. And the Storm 1516 group that I mentioned seems to be a remnant of this infrastructure. Then you have companies like the social design agencies. Some documents were revealed, I think, last year, where we got insight into their plans. And it's run by a PR company. They're reporting to the Kremlin. They run their influence operations exactly like a PR company would. So you have target group analysis, you have budgets, you have specific narrative analysis, and they measure effects and they report back to the Kremlin. So it's but it's using the same tools and techniques that you will find in any Western agency, basically, if you don't have to worry about boring things like democratic rights and truth and these things that get in the way of having fun. So it's and I think that for the opportunistic part, that goes across the board. Any opportunity some of these actors see, they will sometimes use, not necessarily being instructed by the Kremlin, but led by intention. They know that they see a local opportunity, they know what it's in line expected in the Russian ecosystem and the political leadership from Russia, and they will conduct operations based on that.
So this again speaks to the very hard question on how to counter this. It's sort of organic, working not on direct orders by the Moscow, but still it's very highly functioning, it seems. So we will get to the countering in a minute, but I would like to ask Thomas first on the soft power subversion of Russia in this highly securitized northern region. Has it ended? Or is it still there? I mean, it should be obvious, not only after 2014, but at least since 2022, that Russian intentions when influencing neighboring countries with NATO installations in the border region are not good. Have we understood this? And has the Russian influence in the border, Norway's border region ended? Or is it still there?
To the question about if it has ended by October 2025, absolutely not. If we look at one very important part of northern Norway in the geopolitical situation we are currently facing in Europe, that's the archipelago of Svalbard, where very different kind of soft measures towards provoking Norway, to threaten Norway, both from Prigozhin's media landscape, the web of his media channels when Norway celebrated the 100th anniversary of the treaty, up till today when we just recently celebrated the 100-year anniversary of the Svalbard Law, including Svalbard into the Kingdom of Norway. Russia has been pressing Norway. They have been pressing Norway to make exemption of the sanctions in order to be allowed to transport food from Murmansk to the Russian settlement in the mining town of Barents. and that we're not allowed to drive that truck through Norway due to the sanctions. And then the media landscape in Russia started to explain that, well, Norway has bad intention and want the Russian citizens on Svalbard to go hungry throughout the winter, as if there were no boats available to sail directly from Murmansk, which is Russia's biggest harbor in the European part, up to Barentsburg. But Norway gave in. We said, yeah, well, okay, we do exemptions to drive up to Svalbard, and there are many, many other examples of that. What is the game behind here, the bigger geopolitical game? Well, you know it. There's big question as where is Putin going to take next after Ukraine? Will it be the heavily militarized Baltic regions? Will it be the strong military forces in Poland? It would be quite difficult to take Moldova, which is an island quite far away from the border. But then it raises the question, yeah, up there in the north, Svalbard is the next target of Putin. Of course, Putin is not military going to attack Svalbard. It will be the most stupid thing from a military perspective that he can ever do. What can he do? He can land on the airport and put up some air defense system, which will be bombed out within 2-3 hours by Norwegian F-35s to that area. So there is no military strategic interest for Russia to do it. But it is very important to keep these rumors floating around, especially in Norway, that Svalbard, yeah, we have to be careful. So we are kind of soft on Russia. So this summer, when Russia, for the first time since the Cold War, made 3 airspace violations into Norwegian airspace in the border areas, what did the Norwegian government do? Did they do like the Baltics and like Poland and like Romania, to send a press release to the public and condemning it? No. The Norwegians, they kept secret. The Norwegian government decided to keep this secret for the population, and they consulted Russia. Maybe it was a mistake. That a Russian border guard airplane, L-4T, this propeller, operated by FSB border guard, was actually flying 4 minutes inside an area where Norway has one of its most important intelligence stations in Sør-Varanger, that they kept secret until NATO suddenly published a press release. Then it came a press release from Norway half an hour later explaining this. So absolutely, this continues and it works, and Norway gives in.
And I guess the incursions into Norwegian airspace is part of the bigger pattern that we've seen over the last few weeks of Russian, or deniably Russian drones in Denmark's airspace, in Eastern European countries' airspace, and also violations in the Nordic seas, in the Baltic Sea, by the Shadow Fleet. Incursions in international waters where cables are broken, and where things are very hard, where facts are hard to get on the table, and where it's hard for NATO to say that NATO has been violated, NATO borders have been violated, because these borders are at sea and in the air and not as visible as the land border, of course. So I guess these are good examples on gray zone hybrid tactics from Russia testing NATO. Yeah. To get to the countering, one could say that we need to mitigate the Russian approach to make it softer, perhaps counter it, or even deter Russian propaganda and Russian hybrid operations. How hard should we be when meeting Russia? Björn, you said that, and thank you for all fact-checking over a decade of the Norwegian press. You've done a tremendous work on this. You talked about that we need, or that we are still lacking, systemic countermeasures in Norway. How could such systemic countermeasures look like?
Well, it could look, I know that, the Swedes have started something they called, the authorities for psychological defense. There have also been some other suggestions here in Norway, but I don't think I'm in a position to have too strong opinions on how the solution should be. But I'm pretty sure that we should invest money in monitoring propaganda and also understand how it works. And I guess also that it will work differently from different countries. And I'm a little bit afraid when we see how also social media works, that when the snowballs start to roll, suddenly it can be a little bit too late. So I think it's better when we have this society where we have a high degree of trust to each other. I would say our immunity overall, in an overall perspective, is quite good, but it should stay that way. And I think that's a little bit like we shouldn't underestimate. I mean, I've seen tendencies, for example, typically when we have been debating electricity prices and things like that, when the temperature increase, then it start to polarize, and you see also how the fake news start to occur. It's not only Russia that can push fake news, it can also be produced internally, but this would be typically a scenario where Russia could be tempted to try to increase the temper in the debate and things. So I think that, and compared to the cost, when you think about, look at the United States, or if you see elsewhere, how much it can cost if you get a polarized society, I think it's a very small investment. Thank you.
Sorry, I'll pass the question on to all participants. Masha, what do you think from a Russian perspective? How do we counter the Russian propaganda?
Yeah, maybe unpopular opinion, but I don't think that blocking information or blocking state media is a good way, because you can be a democracy using undemocratic methods. And second thing, I don't think that it works, because we spoke today a lot about billion of sites, like different internet, like media, which appears instead of state media, and you cannot fight it that way. Maybe my answer will sound a little bit naive, but I think that Putin sometimes doesn't create the problems. He uses already existing problems, and if you want, you should talk with people about this problem, because if you don't talk with people about this problem, Putin will talk with people about this problem. And I think this is what we should understand, because we were talking about United States, for example, and what's happening there right now. And I read good research why some people who before voted, for example, for Democrats, decided on last elections vote for Trump, and they were like, at least Trump is like sincere with us, because we see like that Democrats are too arrogant to us. They don't want to talk with us about problems which exists. And I think it's also the point, and we should remember that. Yeah.
So we need to preserve our democratic debates.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep up the political debates on difficult issues.
Yes, yes, don't hide it, because if like you will not do this, like Putin will talk about these problems instead, and people will see like, okay, he's talking about it, and they're not talking about it. I think it's important. Yeah.
Very good point. Eskil, should we use even harder measures, and can we deter Russia from influence operations in Western countries? Can we do something to scare him, to keep him away?
I think the deterrence logic doesn't really work when it comes to this kind of tactics. I fully agree with the need to preserve democratic principles, freedom of speech, and not very fond of censorship. I mean, there's many things I can say about this, but at the same time, I'll just pick one, and that has nothing to do with Russia. It's about the information environment that we have today. We have yielded our public space for democratic free speech to a large degree to social media platforms that are not under democratic control, but are controlled by US or Chinese boards of directors and shareholders. The social media platforms are not designed for democratic conversation or truth. They are designed for engagement and profits. So we're trying to use an infrastructure for democratic purposes, but it's not designed for that at all. And the way the algorithms work, they will promote narratives that are divisive, that are creating strong emotions. The influence operations that we see coming out from Putin would not be possible to the extent that they are if it hadn't been for the way the social media platforms work. And it's not about censoring free speech on the platforms at all. It's about doing something with the algorithms so that we get a more balanced view, and then we as consumers can choose what kind of algorithms we want to use, so we're not exposed to a lot of information that over time will influence the way we think and feel about the world. So that would be my number one suggestion: regulation of the platforms in a democratic way.
Thomas, what would be your take?
First of all, I have to underline that I am 200% agree with you, Marsha, on not blocking propaganda channels from Russia in Europe. In Norway, unlike many other European countries, we do not block RT, we don't block Sputnik, and so on. And the only way for us to meet it is to have fact checkers like Eskil and Bjørn to debug the fakes, and then journalists like we are doing to expose it, to debug it, to talk about it, and have to have an open, democratic and journalistic process of letting all voices participate in the debate. But I would like to add one very important topic right now, as we are standing at the crossroad in Europe because of Donald Trump. And the closure of the US global media agency and all the support that is coming out of the US to Radio Free Europe, to Voice of America, and not least to talk about all the exiled media from Belarus and Russia that is operating different places in Europe. I think that Europe should take over that position. When US is withdrawing to this very, very important work that is done by exiled Russian journalists and Belarusian journalists in Europe, the European Commission and countries like Norway should step in and assist, so that we don't end up in a situation where extremely knowledgeable exiled journalists, which is the main tool to preserve democracy in Europe, will be forced to go out and find a job at the local bar or a restaurant or drive the buses and so on. That's also very important jobs, but let's maintain this unique position that we have in a very difficult situation on exiled Russian media in Europe. Yes.
Bjørn, you had a comment.
Yeah, because I want to overbid Thomas to 300%. And I also agree very much with sold. And I also agree very much with what Eskil said. But if I should add one thing, I would say that we should work with our because I think also to forbid something is a very passive way of trying to solve the problem. We should work with our own herd immunity. And this should be worked on all levels in society. I mean, on schools, in public sphere, and I think also our politicians could have a work to do to be more. I think it's more dangerous today than it used to be to, for example, have this political spin, because I think trust is very important when it comes to our future, and this is something we should all think about. Also, how we talk to each other. And things like that, and this needs education on so many levels. It's not a quick fix, but I believe that's much better than to try to forbid something. We must, like we go to or I don't do it, so I'm lying now if I should say I go to exercising, because I don't do it. but we should go and exercise. We should train to be stronger.
So build resilience towards Russian propaganda by exercising, actually.
Yes.
Yes, and I think our panel today has been a really good exercise. So thank you again, and give a big hand to all 4 participants.
And thank you to... Yeah. We have to take the lunch break now. If you have questions, maybe we can have it a little bit afterwards. We will serve you a easy lunch here, and we will be back with the program at 12:15, so 30 minutes. Hello. I know that you all have finished your lunch or is about to finish your lunch, so please take your seat. And then we will continue with the last part of the program. I give you 1 minute and then we start. Okay, can I also ask the people in the other part of the room to take a seat? And then we will start. And we will begin this section, which we have called Fact Matters, with a short comment, reply by Åsne Seierstad, who was mentioned.
I was shocked to see my book being taken out under the headline of disinformation. I wrote a book about Russia, being traveling back and forth for 3 years. Bjørn Johan Berger has picked out one apparent mistake, which is whether Igor Girkin shot down the plane over Ukraine. He is convicted of it, together with another Russian national and one Ukrainian national. Volodymyr Zelensky has said that finally they took the masterminds here. Whether he pulled the trigger or not is not the theme of my book. It's just a sentence of a short timeline, what happened in one paragraph that spring in 2014. And I think it's truly offensive to be put for that, which is not even a mistake, to be put in the company and under the headline of disinformation. And my question to Bjørn Johan Berger is, why did he single out my book in that company?
No, as I said to you, the title of the pardon? Yeah, this or what I should speak about was disinformation, but actually it was more about misinformation, which I thought that came through what I said in the beginning, and also about the other examples I used. And instead of, I found it because I read your book, and I think it's much good in your book. But I found this mistake, and this is typically how we can do, and it's a very important case, downing on MH17. And Girkin didn't shoot down the plane. That was it in a way. And there are many people that have done mistakes. Seierstad, also many Norwegian outlets. It's not a big thing, I think. It's nothing personal from my side. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you everyone for taking some minutes to clear up on that. My name is Lene Wetterland. I'm head of the Documentation and Accountability Hub of the Norwegian Helsinki Committee. We have now talked today, and for many of us also yesterday, about how journalists work in war, how hybrid operations work, and what we can do about it in terms of debunking and responding to it there and then. But there's also a question of actually holding these people accountable at one point. And the chapter of this part is also called Facts Matter. It's important to talk about the facts and to document the facts. Yep, doesn't work. Yeah. There it was. Anyway, we have a department in the Norwegian Helsinki Committee dedicated to the documentation and accountability. And we have a holistic approach to it. It means that the context is also important. We have our human rights. Human rights are at the base. We focus at the victim and the context around it, in what situation it happened. Not in a vacuum, one particular situation, but in the longer context. We reach out to a range of different, what we call information donors, and we cooperate with people in the field. So it's a combination of material which is gathered there and then after training by us, and it's also gathering information which is already gathered by others. And here, of course, journalistic publications are very important as well. We use a database called the IDOC. It's not created by us, it's created by the Case Matrix network. It's a very comprehensive and analytical database. So it's not just a list of incidents, but it also provides the analysis and the context of what has happened. I will show you a little bit more about that later. And what is important for us is what this material is used for. We use it to talk about what has happened, to debunk myths, to show these are actually the facts. We, our partners, journalists, other organizations, state institutions have gathered information, we have documented it, we have analyzed it, and these are the facts. So we can say for certainty what happened in Bucha, what happened in Balaklia, and so on. And we use this information to build legal cases in different ways, and I will get back to that as well, to hold people accountable. Okay. So why do we do that? Well, we know how important facts and analysis are to counteract what we have talked about today and yesterday: disinformation, misinformation, propaganda, denial, impunity, and new violations. We have two databases, one in North Caucasus. It's named after Lana Estemirova's mother, Natalia Estemirova Documentation Center, which we started in 2012. We have one for Ukraine that we started in 2014 when the war started. And we have a smaller Belarus pilot, but the most work is on the North Caucasus and the Ukraine databases. And how do we do it? As mentioned, there are both in-field documenters and information donors that provide material for the database. It can be any kind of material. It can be audio, video, maps, photos, handwritten documents. It can be scanned documents. It can be all kinds of material, including material already published by journalists or material that journalists have gathered but have not been able to publish for various reasons. Not everything in our database will be published, of course. We gather the material for the context and for identifying potential suspects. So for us to use the information gathered by journalists who cannot publicize the information that they have, they can still be used for a purpose. So that information that we get is gathered by analysts into the IDOC database that I mentioned. So material can be of different character. It can be very emotional. It can be an interview by someone who is really affected by the situation, of course. And the benefit of the database is that we then extract the facts from what is being said, but we keep the other information for context. So we take the facts, put them into the analytical part of the database, but maintain their assessment. The example could be that if you call 911, 110, and see someone has some sort of attack, you don't say the person has an epileptic attack unless you know it, but you can describe what you see. And this is also the difference. We describe the facts, and then we do the analysis later when we have more information. So the teams of analysts are coordinated by supervisors who are verifying their information. And then the information is verified by the team in the Norwegian Helsinki Committee in the Documentation and Accountability Hub. And then together, either inside the NHC or together with partners, we prepare cases for different purposes, and we share the material with different recipients of it, be it public or not public. And that could be international organizations, it could be the Moscow mechanism, it could be journalists that are looking into particular topics, it can be researchers, PhD students, diplomats that need the facts when they are doing negotiations, and so on. And this is the result that we can get from the meticulous collection and analysis of the documents, of the documentation. Since it's a very comprehensive database, it analyzes large amounts of material, it analyzes it in the context, it creates the chronology, and most importantly, the chain of responsibility of abuse and suspects. So all the data that we have from different sources is entered into, and the system creates this chain of command. You can imagine who is on the very top to the left in the Kremlin, and then on the bottom you have the soldiers who are actually carrying out whatever they have been ordered to, or what they do. So the chain of command is very important when we are identifying the type of crime and who is the guilty of the crime. And where does investigative journalism come into play? We work with civil society documentation is a very important part of documentation work, and journalists are part of civil society. We agree that Anna Politkovskaya and other journalists have made it clear that journalists are also human rights defenders and should be protected as such. So information from investigative journalists, it can be used for the input and also to share the output of it. As mentioned, there is the original material that they have, the interviews they do, the photos they take, the documentation that they gather, and in some cases the own experience being a journalist in a war situation, trying to document and how were they treated in that situation. Then they are no longer as a journalist but as a witness or a victim. And the published material is part of what we call the OSINT, open source intelligence. If projects are published by Nova Gazeta or Caucasian Not or any other media, this information can also be extracted from there for necessary context, or for details, or for leads how to look further. And in terms of using the information afterwards, sharing the documentation, there's also the cooperation with the journalists in terms of, like we have discussed in the previous panels, debunking of myths, sharing the facts to make sure that the real version is out there. The storytelling, explaining a little bit more. What does it mean? These bomb attacks, occupation. What does it mean? The storytelling shows what happened to one person, for example, as an example of what will happen with all. It can also be warning to perpetrators when a piece of investigation is published. We discussed yesterday also how to have continued attention to a matter, to a war situation. It's very important to continue writing about Chechnya even though the war formally ended many years ago. Even with Ukraine today, one sees that there is some sort of fatigue and it needs to be continuously published about it, but also for the other conflicts. And here is, of course, where investigative, thorough journalism comes into play. And these publications are also influential on decision makers in democracies where you care about what people and readers think. A recent report by the UN Special Rapporteur on the promotion of truth, justice, reparation and guarantees of non-recurrence referred to how civil society, including journalism, is the best positioned to gather evidence in many situations. And also journalists are often the first at the spot and they know the situation. And like Yelena Kostyushenko said yesterday in Nova Gazeta, they were not arguing not to go to Ukraine, but people wanted to go to cover what happened. They feel the responsibility to do so. Being well prepared and knowing what you will face. So civil society and journalism documentation is where authorities are unwilling, unable, or maybe slow for many different reasons. Civil society journalists can already be there. They have the presence. They already have knowledge about the situation, the context, and also proximity to victims and witnesses. Sometimes they can be the only independent or credible partner that has the necessary trust to get the information about what has happened. Of course, this is also where civil society and journalists kind of split a little bit, because if you're interviewed by a journalist, there is more likelihood that this information can be used for publicity purposes, whereas our partners in civil society will always do that for the documentation purposes first and foremost. But the interviewee will be asked for their permission to use the information for different purposes, legal or publicity. But it's important to clarify the expectations between civil society actors and law enforcement and prosecution, knowing that civil society documentation can be first and it can be very good, but it's not law enforcement investigation. So if the ICC or national prosecution or other want to start investigation, they might have to start all over, but they can still use and refer to a lot of the information that the civil society has collected. And this is where we enter use the material for different kind of purposes. And this is what we will discuss in the panel afterwards. How can we hold people accountable for what they have done when it's hybrid operations? It's non-existent bots. It's hybrid operations. It's articles written by you don't know who. Like where is the responsibility? Who should be held accountable and how? We publish some of the information in our website, Natalia Stemirova Documentation Center website. Here you can actually search for types of crimes and locations in Chechnya, and you can hear some of the testimonies. They have been selected. So there is more information in the database, but some of them have been selected for people to learn more about the conflict. As mentioned, it's important to know. It's available in English and in Russian. And hopefully you found in the back of the room our fact sheets. We are publishing fact sheets based on the information from the database and complementary open source investigation that we also do together with journalist colleagues, where we publish information about certain topics that we want people to know more about. And those you can find here. And now you want to go to the stage. I think that's why you stood up.
Very impatient.
Yes, yes. So I will invite now Gunnar and Gayane to a discussion on stage. Yes, so thank you for being here to discuss, to basically wrap up these 2 days that we have had of very interesting presentations and discussions. Gayane Nurijanyan, you are Associate Professor of the Faculty of Law, University of Tromsø. A lawyer, although the Armenian name, you are from Ukraine, specialized in public international law, human rights law, and international criminal law. Previously worked as a lawyer at the European Court of Human Rights and the Council of Europe, and as a visiting legal professional at the International Criminal Court. Your research focuses on the principle that one can only be sentenced once for the same crime, the right to fair trial. You know about non-state courts, rules related to jurisdiction of and admissibility of cases before international courts and tribunals. And you have several publications about the documentation and investigations of war crimes in Ukraine and other topics. I think you're very well suited to wrap up what we have been discussing these 2 days. Gunnar, you have already seen earlier today. But we have to say that you're not only the Deputy Secretary General, you are working a lot with international criminal law in various networks and coalitions where NHC is a member, and has oversight roles in the NHC related to this, on international justice,
promotion of accountability, the Magnitsky sanctions that you have championed from the very beginning, and other mechanisms against impunity. So, yeah, thanks for helping me trying to wrap up these 2 days. It's been very interesting 2 days with a lot of different angles to very much the same challenge, Russian hybrid operations and Russian war. And I think there's some questions that stand out for the audience, and for me in particular, is what do we do about these crimes that are in this difficult to determine space? We talked a little bit about the documentation of it, but how do we hold anyone accountable for what has happened? I will let you answer these questions a little bit later, but first, what is your main impression from these 2 days of discussions? What are you left with of impressions, Gayane?
I think for me, it was very useful and valuable to hear about people who are directly affected by the war in Ukraine, by the situation in Russia, as well as those in Norway working specifically on the issues of Russian propaganda, hybrid operations, etc. So for me, as a lawyer who then applies legal rules to this kind of situations, was very valuable to hear from people who have lived and professional experiences with this phenomenon in society.
Thank you. Gunnar?
It's very good to be reminded about those who work in the field, that there are a lot of Russian journalists who still work as journalists. So that's one takeaway. I knew it, but it's always good to hear some of them talking about their work. Secondly, to map all the ways that distortion of facts takes place. So we have learned a lot about how Russian propaganda uses problems, conflicts, etc. in our societies and use them as a kind of raw material to make more division and distort facts. And then the third theme will be how this Russian propaganda works when it comes to their own crimes, criminality in Ukraine, but also in other wars that they took place. So there are, in a way, at least 2 main theaters which are quite different from each other that we discuss.
Thank you. Yes, it was very strong stories from many participants these days. And what is kind of a red thread is the the novelty that we need to implement now in terms of how the hybrid operations work and what threats both journalists in the field in war and others face in terms of documenting and holding people accountable. Like election monitoring missions, like we see in Moldova now, they needed to focus more on hybrid operations before election day, social media, election funding, election campaign climate, and so on, more than the ballot stuffing and the carousel voting. So how can we hold anyone accountable for a social media post, a drone over an airport, an article, when the perpetrators are hidden behind several layers of drone factories, organic networks, bots that don't actually exist, they are fake? How can we track them down and hold them accountable? Gayane, do you have an idea?
Well, yesterday we talked a lot about how laws can be used to maintain the system of repression, as we see in Russia, for example, by labeling journalists and media outlets as foreign agents or undesirable organizations. And today we heard about the pervasiveness of propaganda and disinformation and how it's amplified by technological developments. But putting that aside, I want to make an argument that international law and human rights and rules that are based on respect for human rights are important tools in ensuring accountability for atrocity crimes, right? So, of course, the law does not always capture the whole spectrum of criminality, but when we are talking about atrocity crimes that are committed in times of war, I think international law rules are well suited to that. And I will give several examples. We can talk about transfer of Ukrainian children from occupied territories into Russian territory. That is often presented in Russian narrative as a humanitarian situation, as humanitarian operation saving Ukrainian children from the scourges of war. But if one looks at the legal rules that apply for transfer of the population, one actually sees that there are rules that prohibit transferring permanently population of the occupied territory outside that occupied territory. So you may have narratives, you may have debate, you may question who is right, is Russia right doing it or not, but the law gives a very specific answer, and it says that is prohibited. And that's actually a war crime, transfer of Ukrainian children from the occupied territories, for which Putin is wanted at the International Criminal Court, so there is an arrest warrant on that. And I would say the same, it's about the whole Russian war. After the full-scale invasion, there was a lot of discussions, a lot of whataboutism. Is Russia, who is right? We cannot know the truth, and that's part of the propaganda that we have heard today. We cannot know who is the truth, what is the truth, and who is right or not. But actually, we have more than a century-old rules on international law that clearly say that this is an unlawful use of force by Russia against Ukraine. And then we have also clear rules that tell us that Russia's war against Ukraine actually started in February 2014 when Russia annexed Crimea. That's when the first time Russia used force against Ukraine. So I think these rules help us to cut through a lot of narratives and propaganda.
Yes, the situation is a little bit different when you talk about atrocity crimes, and then you talk about, I wouldn't say minor violations of international law, because they can be serious. You could think of airplane landing, colliding with a drone, and that could be a disaster. So it's not minor in the sense that it cannot lead to enormous human suffering. But it's a little bit different. I think what we lack is more focus on international law in all respects. Should any country protest when we hear from the Barents press observer, Barents Observer editor, that Norway has a tendency to just overlook this kind of infringements, which are maybe not serious in themselves, even though they can be. I think we should be much more vocal on international law. There are a lot of general expressions that, yes, we should focus on international law these days, but it matters in each and every case. So that is one message. And then I agree that when it comes to what we have been discussing mostly, Russian propaganda, the way to handle it, to tackle it, is not to prohibit everything, but to increase resilience and understanding in the population. What is the ways that this propaganda works in our societies? There had sometimes been a discussion with whether we should have much more media literacy in our schools. And I think it's the time to do more about that, because young people, as we see now, are recruited online to become gangsters, down to 13 years old. There is something fundamentally wrong if we just passively see that social media is used in these very dangerous ways.
If I may develop a little bit on that, I think that another good point in my view is that international law allows to bring to responsibility perpetrators regardless of whether the state recognizes them as their officials or not. We heard about Izolatia prison where Stanislav Vaseyev was held. Russia didn't recognize its existence, but for the purposes of accountability, that doesn't matter. There are rules that say that the person can be held responsible if they committed certain acts regardless of their official capacity. And a lot of hybrid operations are conducted through the use of private actors, non-state actors, but still we have international law rules say that these actors, there are certain conditions under which we can consider this conduct as state conduct anyway. And then we also have international law rules that actually prohibit propaganda, or say that propaganda in itself can be a crime and can be prosecuted. And I'm talking about, for example, propaganda, Russian propaganda about Ukrainians as Nazis. We've heard about it for these 2 days. And it's important to understand what is the meaning of that propaganda. What does Putin mean, or other talking heads in Kremlin, when they say that Ukrainians are Nazis? In the understanding of that ideology, any Ukrainian who wants to live in an independent country and decide independently on the political future of their own state is a Nazi. And then when you combine that with the calls for violence, let's annihilate Nazis in Ukraine, let's destroy Nazis in Ukraine, what does that mean? What does it essentially mean? There are rules that say that this type of propaganda can actually amount to incitement, direct and public incitement to genocide. And there is a submission from a coalition of civil society organizations to the International Criminal Court now asking the prosecutor to investigate this propaganda as a crime against humanity.
Thank you. Very interesting points from both of you. You mentioned that Putin is wanted by the International Criminal Court, along with the ombudsperson Maria Belova-Lvova, but they have already traveled to several countries where they should have been apprehended and brought to the court. How can we? Which courts can actually act upon this? You mentioned also this level of the enablers that are. It could be the governors that are saying these things about Ukrainians and also encouraging people to go and fight. Which courts can actually sentence these people and implement the sentences?
Yeah, justice for Ukraine, this justice effort for Ukraine is a complex process because there are a lot of different actors involved. We have International Criminal Court in The Hague that has issued arrest warrants for Putin, but some of the biggest countries in the world, for example, US, is not party to that court and is not obliged to arrest Putin. Mongolia, to which Putin traveled, is a party, but it didn't do so. So here the enforcement of these arrest warrants is a big challenge, and we have to. One of the things that will make that happen, that we see Putin in court, is actually state cooperation. To what degree states are ready to cooperate with international institutions. There is also the special tribunal for the crime of aggression. Maybe we'll talk about it later. That was established, or is being established for specifically one crime, to investigate the crime of aggression. And that means the crime of starting the war, of going to war and deciding every day to continue that war. And it's a leadership crime. It's only the political and military leaders of Russian Federation that can be held responsible for these crimes. But also domestic courts. Domestic courts in other countries under certain principles like universal jurisdiction can do that, especially when we are talking about lower ranking or even high-ranking military officials that don't have, the same type of immunity as Putin has in other domestic courts, be it in Ukraine or in other, actually, countries in the world.
Yeah, as the repressive dictators have a toolbox for repression, I think the international community has to rethink their toolbox box for upholding justice and international law in a broader sense. ICC is a little bit complicated because of jurisdiction issues, so they cannot hear a case concerning aggression. And then I think the best solution is to establish this special tribunal, and it looks like it will be established in the framework of the Council of Europe. What is the importance of these courts? I think when we think about all this misinformation or disinformation or propaganda, courts are extremely valuable because they are run by people who care about detail and truth. So I noticed that there was a reference to the European Court of Human Rights. And that court is extremely important in deciding the legal issues related to the war in Ukraine. There's been a huge case. I think it's the Netherlands and Ukraine against Russia. And that judgment came this summer. And it's so valuable. Of course, it's not easy to read these judgments. But if you're really interested to know, these are really important resources. The same with this M817 trial in the Netherlands. There, I think you came quite close to revealing what really happened with this shooting down. It's not complete, of course, but as far as we know, you can read there. And then you get a much better picture than from any media source. So courts are extremely valuable, and even if they can hear just a small percentage of all cases, they can add to the picture of what really happened. And then there are other tools which we have been campaigning a lot to use better and more comprehensively, and it's targeted sanctions. Not only against, let's say, the top guys who orders violations of international law, but also judges and others who take part in the wider repression. We have come quite a way in using sanctions, but we think that there are potential for using sanctions much better in human rights cases. So that is something that I think we should prioritize working on. We now have a sanctions directorate in Norway. So Norwegian government has realized that sanction is very important and that you have to have a good apparatus to implement it. But I think in terms of policies and criteria, there is still a way to go.
Thank you. Gayana, you mentioned the Special Tribunal on the Crime of Aggression, and we're approaching the end of our session, so you will be allowed to speak about it now. You might have noticed one of our fact sheets where we mentioned the Russian officer Makarovich. Due to our two databases, we found him both in the Chechnya database, responsible for blowing up residential buildings in Grozny in 2002, and also attacks on civilians in Kherson. And not to mention the Kakhovka Dam. What would it take to put someone like him on the stand? You mentioned the ICC, the difficulty of getting Putin on the stand in that court. How will that be with the Special Tribunal on Aggression? Is it even more difficult to find, to put people on the stand, or how will that work?
If I had to match suspected war criminals to different courts, I would say, in my opinion, the person that you mentioned is a better match to the International Criminal Court. And I explain why. The Special Tribunal for the Crime of Aggression against Ukraine, as I mentioned, is created for prosecution of specific crime that's starting the war and waging the war. And in addition, there is a provision in the statute of this tribunal that says that it will only focus on people who bear the greatest responsibility for the aggression against Ukraine. So my understanding is that they will focus on the higher leadership, political and military leadership of Russia. There is one caveat: if it can be shown factually that this person, this military commander, has participated de facto, in fact, in decisions to start the war and continue waging the war in Ukraine. To what extent in practice has this person participated in the decision making? And I think that could be a possibility to charge this person before the Special Tribunal for the Crime of Aggression. But I can also say I would actually argue also in favor of using the International Criminal Court, because there are 6 persons now from Russia who are wanted by the ICC and for a similar war crimes, as you are mentioning. So 4 of the suspects actually wanted for attacks, intentional attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure and civilian objectives. So they are wanted for that type of war crimes.
You want to add something, Gunnar, and then maybe we can get someone with the microphone in case there are questions afterwards from the audience.
Yeah, I agree with that. The special tribunal, this will be for those on the Putin level and around him. I think that's the main idea behind this special tribunal. And this question about will they ever show up in the court is, of course, very important. But this court has many aspects. It will, of course, present the cases. It can hear cases in absentia, which is maybe a little bit controversial, but it will give the court the possibility to present all the evidence. I hope media see this as a possibility when that day comes, when the case against Putin, either he is there or not there, because I think that will be probably the best presentation of the case, Russia's aggression against Ukraine. And that has enormous meaning for Ukraine, of course, for Europe, and I would say for the wider world. I think one of the challenges with that court is that it is not based in the UN, as Ukraine wanted, but in a Council of Europe. So it can end up to be perceived as a European institution. But the possibility is to get a lot of countries outside of Europe to sign up to support that country, court, and that will give it much more legitimacy. So Norway, with its enormous network of contacts in other countries outside of Europe as well, should play a very active role in trying to persuade other states to support this court.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the audience? Yeah, there is. Yeah, 3. So it will be you 3. We take them together and then we answer. Yeah.
Yes, thank you to the panelists and thank you to the organizers. Gavlika, University of Oslo, professor. I was going to ask a question about the term crime of aggression, but I think you clarified it very well, Guyana, so I'm quite content with that explanation. But to lift the perspective a bit, ever since 2014, when the annexation of Crimea started, you had debates in the Security Council showing that all of the members, with the exception of the Russian Federation, knew exactly what was going on, and that it was a breach of international law. So you can read the transcripts from the discussions, and you will see that very clearly. So the power with the veto in the UN denied the fact that they actually annexed another part of another territory, and also deniability for controlling forces in the eastern part of Ukraine. At that time, however, there was no direct threat of use of armed force, which is against, one of the indictment that you can use in terms of qualifying aggression. But after 2022, there is certainly a crime of aggression. So again, the question is, how far back can you actually go in exploring war crimes? That is a technical issue. And is it possible for the courts also to make a judgment, although a core function in international law, the UN, is kind of dysfunctional on the issue of the invasion of Ukraine? Thank you. That's an extremely difficult question, but it keeps me awake at night, so thank you.
We'll take the other 2 questions, and then you can prepare your answers. Natalia, yeah?
Thanks so much. Extremely inspiring. I think it's a good conclusion for what we've had today. Natalia Yeremeva is my name, Norwegian Confederation of Trade Unions. I would like to connect my question to the rest of the day, because we know that Russia's war in Ukraine is one of the most well-documented wars, and we see a considerable legal base to hold the aggressor accountable. At the same time, when we think about disinformation and misinformation, this is exactly these very facts we've been discussing here. They are being challenged by those who spread disinformation and misinformation. What do we do, and how do we disseminate the knowledge and facts in order, for them to be effective to counter disinformation and misinformation, instead of existing in the parallel reality when certain people, certain countries, and certain groups still live with their own understanding and put the smiling faces under the Facebook post, like some of the Norwegian Helsinki committee, completely irritating thing, just laughing at the very same things and this considerable work that is being done. Thank you.
Thank you. Georgi Chintimirov, Barents Observer. You told about Putin, that he is under arrest of court by the court decision, and he avoids this fate to be arrested, even visiting Mongolia, where he should be arrested, but they didn't. Okay, we understand it. We don't understand, but we understand maybe why. But just a few months ago, Matviyenko and some other members of Russian parliament, which are actively support war in Ukraine, which are actively support, actually I can maybe name them as participants of invasion. And they visited Geneva, they visited Switzerland. I understand that you didn't arrange this meeting, it's not your responsibility, but when we cannot arrest Putin but how is it possible? What just to think about it, that high-rank Russian officials who have almost maybe the same responsibility for war in Ukraine go to Europe, in the middle of Europe, and got the stage, have the stage for propaganda. What do you think about it? How is this possible? And maybe it's something wrong in whole approaches, relationships with to Russian propaganda and Russian authorities and Russian invasion.
Thank you. So 3 very small questions towards the end of the day, and not very much time left, but I'll give you an opportunity to answer them.
I can start with the first question about the aggression against Ukraine. So under international law, the military occupation of part of another territory is a use of force and is an act of aggression according to the definitions of international law, UN General Assembly Resolution 3314. And one can argue very well that it's an act of aggression that started in 2014 from the military occupation of Crimea. So even if there is no direct fights, hostilities between 2 armies, that still can be a use of force by state and violation of the crime of aggression. And this tribunal the statute of the tribunal is crafted in the way that it actually allows the prosecutors of the tribunal to investigate the crime of aggression that has been committed since 2014. So, and it's not problematic under the principle of legality that applies in international criminal law, because that crime of aggression has existed in customary international law. So we are not holding someone responsible for something that was not criminal when it took place. It was criminalized in customary international law. So there is no problems related to legal certainty there.
And just to add, the fact that this tribunal is about to be established against a permanent member of the Security Council is extremely important. So it never happened like that before. So that's a novelty, and it's a lot of things we don't know, because we have to watch and see how the process will be. But if you look for hope in this world, this is one of the reasons.
And I would also like to add why we are talking about the crime of aggression and starting and prosecuting this act of starting a war, because think about what can the consequences be if this war, if this act of starting a war and grabbing a territory of another state and occupying and colonizing it, if this goes unpunished, what is the consequence for the world? That brings us back to before the World War II, when this type of conduct was tolerated, was lawful. So that's one of the reasons why it's so important to have this tribunal and have accountability, because we also heard about crimes committed by Russian military in Chechnya and how that actually ends up breeding impunity, right? And then similar conduct, you mentioned Syria and then Ukraine, etc. So this is a decisive moment for the future of international world and for the security of international of the world, I would say. I could also address the question about how the state officials in Russia, how come they are traveling. And one reason is that international courts can focus only on certain people. They can only prosecute a specific number of people and issue arrest warrants only to a limited number of people, because International Criminal Court works with the whole of the world. There are 125 state parties, so it cannot be a panacea. It cannot prosecute and have a case against every official that is engaged in propaganda or suspected of committing atrocity crimes. So here, actually, it's for the domestic authorities, either in Switzerland, in other countries, to prosecute these cases, to bring these cases. And the role of civil society is particularly important here, with documenting and raising awareness about people who can be suspected of committing these crimes, and including journalists as well doing investigating work.
Thank you. And then actually for the final words from Gunnar, because we have to wrap up.
And there are limits of criminal justice in terms of capacity, and also the gravity of the crime. But for those officials who may be hard to prosecute in a criminal court, we think that sanctions can be a very effective tool. So this parliamentarian who has been a promoter and supporter of the illegal invasion, she should be on a sanction list. They are. But Switzerland is not bound by that sanction. Is that the problem, or? Yeah. So here is the role of the media and civil society also to make as much noise as possible about these gaps in the sanctions and maybe gap in implementing sanctions. But that's how we have to work these days, to work on different measures and always be alert. And I agree with you, she should not have been welcome to Switzerland.
Thanks to you two for very good questions to these difficult questions, and thanks to all of you for sticking out to the end of this long day. Yeah, we keep fighting. We will find a way. So thank you all for your support, and thanks for today.